enjoy the work.
Really?
Yeah.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Wire is the new thing? Oh, I'm so sorry, I just knocked that over. Oh, I might just have to take it home now, I won't really. That's absolutely gorgeous. Thank you for joining us, Wendy. Wow, and we'll have all these photographed as well later. And then Andrea, we've met on the Gems Experience very briefly. And so how long have you been making?
About 18 months.
Yeah? And have you been doing much crafting beforehand?
Mostly sewing and embroidery, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So jewellery is a new thing for me.
And the pieces, you've made a lot today.
Yes.
There's just absolutely gorgeous. And are all yours the rose quartz?
I started off with this, with the agate, and I wasn't sure whether this was...
Yeah, the agate and the green amethyst.
It's green amethyst,
yeah,
it is.
That's a beautiful combination. I think we might still have stock available of that black amethyst, of the black agate. Just gorgeous. And then the rose quartz piece is yours as well.
Yes, I love the rose quartz. And I love mookaite. It's like being in a city shop.
Isn't it just gorgeous? And I love those that you're on as well. And then Sheila's also been having a little bit of a dabble.
Having a dabble today.
How lovely just to be able to relax and enjoy.
Actually,
gorgeous.
yes, yeah.
We'll have a brief overview of Sheila's. All of these will be photographed and put up onto the website. But we are now at the end of our live show. And I've got to say a huge thank you to Gemma Crow for joining us today. Thank you to all our fabulous team, especially Amelia for her contributions. Questionable. And we'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Laura Binding's next. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
The JewelleryMaker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. And each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their JewelleryMaker account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Wall of Fame, The Genuine Gemstone Company, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moonsmote, Redditch, B989HF.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewelry Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewelry Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewelry making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewelry making techniques.
Tune into Jewellery Maker every day at 5 p.m. for our Miss It, Miss Out show, where we'll have 4 hours of jam-packed deals, including clearance offers, end of line, last in stock and low, low prices. The Miss It, Miss Out show, only on Jewellery Maker.
When you place your first order with us, you will receive a free booklet and DVD full of handy hints, tips and tutorials to help you get started with your new jewellery maker hobby.
The early bird catches the worm. Don't miss out on your chance to grab our amazing early bird offers at 9 a.m. on weekday mornings. Catch them while you can. There are 2 easy ways to purchase from Jewelry Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewelry Maker.
Welcome to Designer Inspirations. Thank you very much for joining me today. My name is Becky and I'm a designer with the inspiration and an exceptional design. It's a wonderful, spellbinding Laura Binding. How are you today?
I'm good.
Good. Are you ready?
I am. Bring it on.
Ready and raring. I like that. If you loved her Tree of Life design that we had on a while ago, and I know a lot of you did because there were so many people trying it out at home and so many Wall of Fame, you're going to adore the developments that we're going to be making for our first designer inspiration today. It's truly special, so keep your eyes open for that. Also today I have, for my second hour after the designer inspiration, a wonderful wirework special. It's a whole hour of everything dedicated to wirework, including a brand new tool. We've had something like it before, but this is our brand spanking new tool, and we're going to be giving Laura a chance to play with it in her challenge time as well. You're excited? So excited. Are you? Good. As well as that, in that hour, we're going to be doing Q&A with the wonderful Laura Binding on everything wire work. So that'll be from 2 o'clock until 3. So get your messages in. Any questions about wire work that you might want answering, or even anything possibly about Laura's journey through jewellery making or where she gets her inspiration. Question and answer time will be from 2 o'clock until 3 o'clock. So message in on JewelleryMaker.com. You'll see a little box that says send message to the studio. Alternatively, text him. Start your text with JM Studio. The number is 60777. Anything you might want to ask, and we might have time for a few little quick demos in there as well. So if you maybe want some tips and hints of how to finish things off, then we can get that sorted for you then. So start messaging in now and we'll get around to that in our wirework special, 2 o'clock until 3. Third hour, we're going to head back over for some more designer inspiration with the wonderful Laura. And when you see what she has done with this pendant, it's something truly special. It's really unusual, isn't it, the way you've done it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a fluke, but I was really quite happy with how it turned out. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be getting some of these for myself, I think.
Yeah, it is a really special design that you'll be seeing when we create a wonderful pendant, but there's a twist on it. It's very special. That'll be coming up in your third hour. And in our final hour, it's going strands and gems galore. We have got deluxe scoops. We have got wonderful strands of stunning gemstones. So all of your stocking up needs will happen in that final hour. So that's our run of the day. Let's give you a chance to own the kit that Laura's going to be working with in the next hour. What I will say is, it is a limited edition kit. Reason being, we don't have a lot of this strand that we're working with today in stock, so it's limited edition. What I would also say is, once you see it and you like it and you fall in love with what we've made with it, please get yourself on the phone and do check out your baskets, because I am so limited in stock. We imagine it will be gone in the first part of the demo, so do not risk and wait till the end. Let's take a look at what we're getting in here. First off, you're getting 100 meters of your 0.4 mil wire in the antiques bronze color. You've also got, sticking on the same color theme, 10 meters of your 1.5 mil wire. So this is your 1.5. This is currently the highest gauge that we do, and again, that is in your antique bronze color, and you have 10 meters of that. And finally, this exceptional strand of tourmaline. Let me move these out of the way, because I just want you to feast your eyes on this stunning strand. This is a strand of tourmaline. The name tourmaline itself is said to have come from Holland, where a large shipment of gemstones was sent, and on the box it said tourmaline, which meant in Dutch mixture of precious gemstones. And apparently it said that the Dutch children played with this gemstone in the street, and as it became heated by the sun, something almost magical happened, and it started to collect all these particles that were on the street where they were playing. They were said to pass it on to their parents, who then sent it to a gemologist, and they actually found that it was a completely different mineral and mixture than they were used to working with, and that's where it got its name from the tourmaline on the box, meaning precious gemstones. They then named it tourmaline from that. So that wasn't until sort of, I think it was 1703, 1705, around that time that it happened. So as gemstones go, it's relatively recent that it's been given a name. So you've got a whole strand of this. In this, you're going to be getting 100 carats worth, and these are your 6mm plain rounds. You're getting the strands and your 2 gauges of wire, your really structural 1.5, and you're weaving 0.4mm. I really want to show you exactly what you're going to be learning how to create now, because I think it's something that's so special. This is the Tree of Life bangle and cuff. Take a look. We're going to be learning how to make this in just a few moments. It's truly inspiring. And to make this, all you will need is this kit that I have here now. So let's reiterate: 100 carats of your tourmaline, 2 gauges of wire, you've got 110 meters worth in total. Let's take a look at your price to create this Designer Inspiration Tree of Life cuff. This is your crash price. The graphics are being silly. £24.95 is all you're going to pay, and you're going to be getting so much wire, 100 meters worth. You won't be using all of this. You'll have plenty left over. You really will. £24.95 is a discount price for you today for this kit, and you're going to get the chance to make this absolutely stunning bangle. It is limited stock. Really limited stock, so please do get your hands on this now. I am in double figures of this stock only, so I strongly suggest, to be able to create this absolutely stunning cuff, I strongly suggest that you get on the phones now, because I genuinely do not want you to miss out, which you will. I've got, how much of my stock left? I've got a quarter of my stock already gone. So please, please, please do get yourself on the lines for this now. Hello, Spellbinding.
Hello.
This is such a gorgeous cuff.
Thank you.
What gave you the idea?
Well, actually, I actually had a kit a couple of months ago, and I was trying to do something a bit different, so I did a sort of prototype for it then, and I thought I really loved it, so I wanted to try and do it a bit more in depth.
And you've certainly done that. It's absolutely stunning cuff. It's wonderful. What did you think of the gemstones when you got them?
Oh, they're beautiful. They're really beautiful. The colour range in them is just stunning. And they're so lovely and earthy. They're perfect. It's exactly what I wanted.
It goes perfectly with this colour of wire as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really does work exceptionally well. So it's just £24.95. It's a discounted price for you today, and you're going to be getting a whole heap of wire and your wonderful gemstones. Whereabouts on this do we start off?
Well, we start off with the frame, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're doing the frame of the cuff, and I'm
Yeah.
presuming that's using your 1.5mm, is it?
It's 0.8.
Are you 0.8mm?
Should be 0.8 wire.
Let me check. Oh, sorry. No, this one, 10 metres. I've got 1.5. What's in this kit?
It should be 0.8.
Oh, it is 0.8, but I've got
is.
1.5 here.
No.
Let's just double check that for you. Let me double check and we'll let you know in a second.
Yeah, well, it should be 0.8 because it needs to be the softer wire.
So that it's really malleable.
Yeah, and what we're going to do is actually twist it all together because I really wanted that sort of tree-like effect.
Yeah, I
see that
see.
sort of organicness.
I see. So to get all the branches in
Yeah,
there,
and to get that
that's
sort of
wonderful.
twistedness, that's why we've gone for the
It's
0.8.
0.4 you're getting in the 100 metres, and it is the 0.8, so ignore this completely. It is your 0.8mm wire you'll be getting in this colour. It's just the incorrect sample's been sent from warehouse, so do imagine this is a 0.8. And of course your tourmaline as well.
Okay, so what I'm going to start off with just clear my rubbish away a moment, is you want quite a lot, because what I'm going to be doing, this one length of wire is going to basically form the whole of the cuff.
Okay.
So it's going to form the tree section of it, the circle, and the actual outside frame as well, and it's all going to be done in one long length.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it does depend on the length of the cuff that you want, but I find probably about 1 metre is probably going to be enough.
Okay.
Okay, and I actually want 6 pieces of this. Okay, so I'm just going to, once I've cut my first one, just going to measure it. You may need to step back or wear safety glasses at some point while I'm doing it.
Really? Just in case.
Just in case. 1, 2, 3. 4. Sorry, this is the longest bit really.
So you do about 5 metres.
Well, I'm actually going to do 6.
6 metres.
Yeah, I mean that's what I had left of the sample one after I'd finished. So you do still have some left, but it's better to allow yourself too much than find yourself, because if you don't have enough, then it is going to affect the design, because this whole part is done in one piece.
In one piece, I see.
So there's no added on for this.
Yeah, I see.
Okay. So
just want to let you know, sorry, half of my stock is gone on this right now, so it's really important you do not hesitate. Do not wait until the end of the demonstration to get your hands on this. It's just £24.95. You'll be getting all of those goodies you can see now. It's IPGC 93 to get your hands on this today.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to step back a little bit because I've got a long length of wire and I don't want to get in the way. But what I need to do is I'm literally using my hand to twist all of this together. So if I can I'll just let you see, I'm literally, you see that? Just twisting it, and I don't want it to be really tightly twisted. All right, can you see? So I'm just using my hands to do that and working along.
So does it need to be really neat? Does it have to be the same twist along?
No, it's just what I want to do is twist all of the wire together.
Yeah.
Because if you look at it, it gives that sort of tree-like effect.
Almost like the roots.
The
when
roots
you see
and the
them all
twisted.
twisting.
Yeah, and that's what I was
wonderful.
going for, that sort of organic, sort of twisted, earthy look.
Yeah, I like that.
So there doesn't have to be neat. If you're struggling doing it with your hands, you can use the pliers. Use the nylon pliers because they're got quite a large surface area.
Yes. So you can twist with
So you can just twist, and I'm literally just holding it and just twisting it. It's not going to hurt the wire, but it's also just gets you a good grip on it as well.
I see.
So you can see exactly the same, but just if you do struggle using your hands for it, and all you want to do is go all the way along the wire, right to the ends.
And it is your 0.8, but obviously you've got quite a few lengths of it. Is it hard on your hands?
I don't think it is, but then I handle wire a lot.
Yes.
I mean, you have a go.
Yeah, I don't. Which way am I twisting?
No, the other way.
This
yeah,
way?
that way.
Okay. No, not. This way, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh no, you can still do it.
Yeah, because this wire that we have is actually like a soft copper core.
Yeah.
So the wire itself is actually very soft and malleable, even though it is 0.8. It's got the strength of a 0.8.
Yes.
But it's still very soft and easy to use.
Yeah, it is. You can still twist it.
Yeah.
Even though you have got so many lengths together.
Yeah. So it's quite nice and easy. But as I said, if you do struggle with it, then it's just use your pliers.
Use your pliers.
You can use, if you've only got plain pliers, then just use normal pliers. You can use anything like that. But it's a bit trickier because this has got a nice flat surface area.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I say that, but you can still do that. So just don't want it to be perfect. Just so it's all nice and joined together and all the way along both ends. Okay. Okay, so I've got it right to the ends.
Yeah.
So now I want to start forming the actual cuff. So I've got a nice long sort of rope effect now. This might be too long, but I'd rather find it to be too long.
And too less.
So what I'm going to do is start off by forming the actual circle that the tree is going to go in. So I'm just finding the centre of the wire and literally just twisting it into a little circle. Okay.
And how large do you want that circle to be?
However large you want is personal preference. You can go by eye, so you could think, because it's easy enough to adjust just by doing this.
Yes.
You can use something. I often use a little tea tree candle.
Yes.
Tea light candle.
Tea lights, yeah.
They make a really nice size tree of life as well, so I use them for the actual pendants that I do.
Wonderful.
So if you wanted to use one of those, but anything like that, just pop it, just wrap the wire around, but you can go by eye as well if you
And I
want.
presume the larger the circle, the chunkier the rest of the cuff will be.
Yeah, if you want it to be quite dainty, then you can sort of really scale it right down and have it quite
small and dainty.
But obviously, you won't need quite so much wire with that, but I think that would be something that you would need to sort of trial and error with,
I see.
with your sizing.
Yeah.
But I think if you're going to wear a cuff like that and it's going to be a statement,
Yes.
it needs to be a
It
statement.
needs to, yeah, I see.
Okay, so what I've got there is the centre of my cuff. And the reason that these need to be so long is because I'm actually going to take it along and fold it and bring it back.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm going to, now if you've got, sorry, excuse me, a tray, you can actually measure it specifically. When you're doing a cuff, you know, on that one it's a little bit of a larger one because I was actually doing it, I didn't have anything to go as a guide, so that was just sort of done by eye. If you have a cuff, you don't really want it to meet necessarily on your wrist.
No.
You want it to have a little gap. So if you wear, say, 7.5 inch bracelet,
Yep.
you might only probably want to do a 7-inch cuff,
I
to
see.
allow for that little bit of a gap
Yep, I see.
there. So you can measure all of that out here if you want to, or if you have a ruler, which would probably be easier. So if I've got that, and I'm thinking if I wanted to go for, say, so I'll go for 3.5. So I only need to go along there. And what I'm going to do is just fold it with my hand, and you can do all of this with your hand. It's very easy to manipulate. And then bring that there. So that's the first half. And then if I'm putting that on here, you know, and then going up to about here. And again, bringing that down. Just move that out of the way.
Could you make it into maybe semicircle shapes at the end if you wanted? Triangles?
You could maybe taper it down if you wanted it to sort of go down like this.
Yeah, I see.
To create a different sort of shape again. You can do anything like that. You're so sneaky.
I can't help myself, you know
You're
that.
like a magpie.
I know, I really am. It's horrendous. But look how pretty it is. It's so beautiful. And I've got to admit, I was just looking then, and although I've seen it before, the spirals at the bottom, this detailing down here.
But they're an advantage because they actually help us get rid of all of our excess wire.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
But it also adds to the design as well. So that makes what makes it so seamless.
It's so stunning.
So if we can see here, and you can at this point still adjust it a little bit, and you can still change the size of the circle a tiny bit if you want to. You can still sort of tweak it about.
Yeah.
Okay, but make sure you're happy with the size of it. As you can see, I've got too much wire, which is good. I'd rather have too much and then find myself not having enough.
Yes.
So with the 0.4, what I'm going to do now is actually bind this together, just temporarily. So if we're happy with your shape, where my circle crosses over at the top, I'm going to literally take my 0.4 wire and just wrap it, just to hold it together. It's only temporary, this can be removed later on, it's just to keep it together really. A couple of wraps. Remove the excess, so that's just helping it to stay together and to stay in place. Okay?
Yeah.
You can still move it if I wanted to now, but not as easily. So now that I've got this wire here, what I need to do is start securing the actual frame. So what I'm going to do is trim these a little bit. So I'm going to trim them. You could easily untwist that and straighten them with your straighteners if you wanted, rather than waste it. So you've got that option as well. So if you can see, I've just trimmed one. So it's probably just about 2 inches or so past the actual circle. I'm going to do the same with the other one. Okay. So now what I want to do is start securing this whole frame together. And to do that, I'm going to actually start to untwist some of these wires. Just sort of pick one out. And I want that one, doesn't matter which one, any side or any one, I'm just going to take it and actually use that to secure it all together.
I see.
So it doesn't matter if it's looking messy because we cover all of this with spirals. Because if you think I've got sort of 12 ends in effect to
Yeah.
disappear. So this will all become spirals and hide all of the wire work behind it, but will also make it secure.
Brilliant.
The key to this is to make sure that any work that you do is cut or done to the front of the cuff.
Okay.
So that there will be no sharp edges on the inside of that cuff, because that's going to be worn against your skin. And if you're worried about it lifting up, we're going to deal with that later on as well.
Okay, brilliant.
All right?
Yeah.
So that's now becoming a little bit more secure now, starting to take shape a little bit. So what I'm going to do is unpick some more. What we need to do really is get these ends, are all going to sort of start to be twisted around the frame. Okay. Okay, and I'm just literally unpicking a couple. And you'll be able to see which ones will naturally be in the right sort of place. So here I've got some here, so I'm just going to go around the whole circle. So you want to secure this little bit as much as you can, but don't worry about doing it too much, because if you feel that now, the whole piece is actually quite solid.
Oh yeah, that's really secure already.
Yeah, because we've bound this bit together, so that's not really moving. And this has now become locked because we're using the leaves and we're locking it all together.
I see.
Okay, so that's what gives it that solidness. So don't need to do it with all of them. What you then need to do is just bring them all to the front. Okay. All right, and if you just see there, I've got them sort of all brought over to the front of the bangle. All right?
Yeah, I see.
So what I'm going to do is leave them as they are for the moment.
I see, yeah.
Because now what I'm going to do is the tree itself. You'll like this bit because you can get involved.
Good. You know that I like
do
that.
know, like that you're getting involved. So good to you. The lovely thing about this tourmaline is because you've got such a lovely variety of colours, it will it really shows through the tree, like the sort of leaves. So you get that variety of colours through that.
You're right, because when I was looking at this then, as you can spin some of them,
Yeah.
you get almost with some sort of a winter-like effect.
Yeah.
And then you've got some with lovely pops of green. It's very much the sort of changing of the season, isn't it?
Yeah,
Green
and
to
I
brown,
deliberately
like that.
chose the sort of different, tried not to put too many darks next to each other and tried to sort of vary it out a little bit.
Yeah, it's
so what you can
beautiful.
do for me is just pick a little selection of stones out
Yep.
and then you can pass them to me in whatever colour order you like.
Okey pokes.
Okay, what I'm going to do is start doing the tree. So for the tree itself, we do this on one of the DVDs, but it's done exactly the same, the actual tree itself. I'm going to cut probably about, sorry, I'm a bit rubbish with this, about 10 and a half
10
inches,
inches, yeah.
10 and a half inches. But I'm actually going to cut 12 of these, so it won't take me long. I'm just going to, once you cut one, it doesn't matter if they're not exactly the same length because it's all just going to go into the design. 2, 3, 4.
I'm picking out some very nice ones actually. There's some that have got like reds, isn't there? Some really lovely reds in there as well, and real pops of green.
There's some that were sort of, I tried to do it so I had a light and a dark, and then sort of maybe another contrasting colour just to give it a bit of variety.
Bit of a mix, yeah.
So what I'm doing is I'm just cutting off 12. The reason I'm cutting 12 of these off is because I want the trunk of the tree to look quite substantial.
Okay.
Because obviously it's only 0.4 wire, so if I was only to do 10, it's going to look quite thin. I wanted it to have a bit of body to it.
Bit of a
so
chunk.
you can easily, if you don't have, if you have too many wires for the leaves, you can easily, I'll show you how we'll sort of mix it into the design.
Mix them all in, wonderful.
So what I'm going to do is be about 2 or 3 inches from the bottom. I'm just going to twist, and this is going to form the tree. So you don't need to go too sort of long. Just literally twist it together, and then place it in your what will be your sort of circle, and then you can get an idea of whether that's going to be enough. Bearing in mind that you want a couple sort of spread out for a bit of the roots, and then obviously the tree itself. you picking.
I know, I keep changing my mind.
Okay, and then they'll form themselves into pairs. So you can see that actually formed itself quite easily into pairs. So, and then when you place that into there, you start to see how the tree is forming itself. So if I just move my finger, you can see you've got your roots, you've got the trunk, and you've got the actual where the stones will go.
Yeah.
It actually looks quite nice if you just wanted a plain bare wire cuff as well, with no sort of stones as part of the tree.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is, I've got the bottom of the cuff here, and this is where the roots are going to go. I'm just going to wrap them. I'm not taking too much care with it because it just blends into the design anyway, so I'm just wrapping a couple of pairs. So I do want to make sure I've got enough length to go around the whole of the bottom part of the frame. I'm just going to wrap it all the way around. This is one of those projects that you do find yourself with a lot of wire sort of everywhere at one point, but it will all come together.
The madness comes together eventually.
So it's worth persevering.
So if it gets to the point where you think, oh no, this looks horrendous.
Yeah, no, don't.
Just keep going.
Keep going. Don't think, oh, this is just looking like a big wire mess, because it just all suddenly comes together. So you can see there, I've attached the tree now. And if you just see at the bottom, it's just been attached by the roots.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, we can do all of the sort of tidying up later on, but if you do want to just have a little play about with the roots, make sure you're happy with them, you can just pop your pliers in and give them a little bit of a twist, and they'll become more apparent then. Okay? With the roots of them, as long as you've gone around the whole of the frame once, that will be fine. You can actually cut these to the front. Make sure you're cutting the fine wires and not any of the thicker wires. Okay, so if you can just see there, oh, I've missed one, couple.
So again, you're cutting them all at the front, aren't you?
Yeah.
So you're avoiding any rubbing.
Oh, sorry about that.
Issues.
Now what you'll see is, at the moment, that there's sharp edges there, and obviously there's fine wire, so they could easily lift up, okay? Even if I scrunch them, which I am about to do, there's still that risk that they're not going to be smoothed right down.
No.
Okay, and that's fine. But what we are going to do is just give it a bit of a squidge so that they are all nice and pushed close to the frame. So if I run my finger across there, there are no sharp edges.
Okay.
But I'm also not going to leave that like that. That's why I saved the thicker wire, because I'm going to create spirals that will sit over them, and then they will become completely dissolved into the design. They won't lift up because they'll be covered by a thicker wire. Okay, so don't worry, there won't be any sharp edges coming out.
Okay. Just want to let you know I've only got 25 of these kits in stock now. It's at £24.95. You get 10 metres of the 0.8. You have 100 metres of the 0.4, and you have 100 carats of the tourmaline. I've had people asking whether or not the tourmaline can be purchased by itself, and say we haven't got any left. They're all in this bundle, yes. They are all in this bundle. We haven't got any more of this tourmaline in stock at all. There's none on order either at the moment. So do treat yourself to this now to get that stunning strand of tourmaline in there. You've got 100 carats worth of this mixed colours. And it is a wonderful strand, isn't it?
It's beautiful. And also to have the 100 metres of the 0.4 wire is brilliant, because, you know, I was explaining yesterday in my class, for me, that's the essential, and I always buy the 0.4 in 100 metres.
Do you?
Because one of my simpler pendants takes up to 5 metres of 0.4 wire.
I see.
So for me, I just want tons of it.
Loads of it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what I'm doing is I've just tweaked the tree about a little bit. So you can see there, I've just literally using my finger, just moulded that to look a little bit more tree-like.
Yeah.
I've got it how I want it to be positioned. It's in the centre, and I've just sort of spread out all of what will be the weaves.
Branches.
Yeah, the branches.
The branches with the leaves on.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where that was going. The little bit that we used to bind the top part together can now be taken off now.
Okay.
Okay. That was just used to help keep it in shape. So you'll see now, I can still do that a little bit, but that will all change in a minute. So would you like to pass me some stones? I'd like 2, please.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So what I'm doing is, I always work from the right round to the left.
Anti-clockwise.
But that's just how I work, you know. So I always start from this side, but you don't have to. Start from whatever side you want. Sorry, before I do that, I'm actually going to take my first pair of wires.
Yeah.
And I'm actually just going, if I can just show you, so I'm just going to twist about 2 to 3 times. So you can just see that it's twisted just slightly. And if you can actually, if I can get you to see that.
You might be able to see it
there,
on the
you
design.
should be able to see
yeah,
it
you
there.
can see there.
Okay, and the reason I do that is just to bring, so that when I put the stones on, it takes them away from the trunk of the tree.
You can see on the design actually, and it's something that adds.
Yeah, it makes it more tree-like, I think.
It really does. If you have a look just where the leaves start, you can see really closely here, just the little twists. It makes them look, because if you think of a tree,
the branches.
Yeah, the leaves don't start straight from the trunk, do they?
No. Okay, 2 more stones, please.
Yep. So you've threaded them on 1 wire each?
Yes. And I'm going to do the same again. And then I'll just have 1 more, please. I feel like I'm on a game show.
Countdown?
Yeah. I don't know if I could say it.
Are you sure you can?
And with this 5th one, I'm actually going to put both the wires through it. So with this one, both the wires are going through.
And the 0.4 goes through the tourmaline completely fine, even 2 strands.
Yep, so you can see that first leaf there, so you've just to give it that sort of tie it a bit more together.
I see.
Okay, if I just hold that up, you can see it better there.
Wonderful.
All right.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to twist my wires again, just to secure that, only a couple. And then taking my wire, both the strands, I'm just going to attach it to the frame of the circle about twice. So I've wrapped around that frame twice. If I just turn that around to show you, you can see it's just 2 wraps there.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat that quickly. So
just to let you, a little reminder. Here you go.
Thank you.
Just a little reminder, we do have the Q&A with Laura coming up really shortly, coming up in probably about 40 minutes. So do send us in more questions. Anything to do with this project, any wire work tips, it is our wire work special. So do write in with anything. You can do that on JewelleryMaker.com, or alternatively, you can text us in. It's 60777. Start your text with JM Studio.
Okay. Oops. If you do what I've just done and forget to twist it,
yeah,
don't worry, you can still twist it before you actually push the beads down to the bottom and just give the wire a little bit of a twist.
A little bit of an extra
So don't worry if you do that and think, oops, I didn't. And you can still adjust it and move the leaves down a little bit, even though you've attached it. And so I'm just doing exactly the same here. Now I find that 2 side branches and a middle are quite enough for this, so I'm probably going to pull 1 set of wires down and just form these out now. So I've got 1 to go in the middle and then 2 more to go down the side, and I've just moved these down to here. These can be just twisted back down the tree again to make it even thicker again.
Lovely.
Okay, so I'll just do the middle one. Now the middle one's done very slightly different.
Okay.
So if it's adding on the beads exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. Oh, can I hurry? Can you come and stay with me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Be like my bead feeder.
Yes, please.
There we go.
It's quite relaxing doing it though, isn't it? Picking out all the beads and having a little think what you can do. It's what makes every piece unique.
See, I don't really know or think about it very often. I just grab them,
Oh,
see what comes out.
I'm a thinker.
1 more, please.
Snowy one I've got for you there.
We'll be a good little team then, wouldn't we?
Yeah,
You're
definitely.
a thinker.
Yeah, and you like dark chocolates and I like the
Yeah.
white.
Yeah, so we're good on the
This
chocolates.
is a team made in heaven.
Right, and again, I'm just going to position that so it sits nicely in the frame. Okay, so it's just sitting there. Now, we removed that securing wire.
Yeah.
And what we're going to do is actually replace it with this wire from the branch. So that is going to go over the whole frame. So that actually will secure. So I move my hand now. So you can see that's gone over
both.
and that will lock that back into place then.
Wonderful.
Okay, so I'll just quickly do the other 2.
Are you just doing the same amount of wraps on that, or does it need
Yeah,
extra
no,
security?
exactly the same, because we're gonna, it will all come together and strengthen up when we add the next few bits anyway.
Brilliant.
Okay, and another 2, please.
So you're putting the branches on your design. You've done sort of 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock and 12 really, haven't you?
You'll find when you put them on, you'll be able to look at it and think they'll sit in where they want to go anyway. They sort of have a natural, see I've done exactly the same again, so I didn't twist it. So again, it doesn't matter if you haven't twisted it.
You can just pull the beads up and twist again.
Yeah, just do a quick twist there. And then pop the beads on. And I didn't, as you saw, I didn't measure this, but it seems to fit this amount of beads nicely.
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, if you do a smaller circle, then adjust your beads to allow for that.
Less.
Yeah, you might only want 3 altogether, or you don't have to put one over the 2 of them.
You don't have
to do that. You could just do it with just 4 on and just have them as they are. If you do that, it will create a sort of more fuller look.
Yeah, I see.
So if I just do this, a couple of twists, I could have my, thank you. Okay. Oh, we have a runner. Oh, I found it.
Okay.
And a 2. Okay, so another 1. So I will just show you quickly. If you did, what would happen is it would look more like that.
If you did it separately.
Yeah, or you could just twist the wires. It doesn't really matter. So it's it's yours to sort of play about with and adapt to it.
Yeah.
So don't think just because I said that I had put 5 on, you can change it.
Do it.
Yeah. Okay, and just position that, and don't forget you can move them about a little bit. Okay, and then again, I'm just going to secure that. Just going around, just going to do that twice. That's the actual main part done. So now I've got all of these wires, and I haven't cut these for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the main sort of body itself done. With these wires here, I am actually going to just take them back down the tree. So if you look, the tree, I don't know if you can see, but the way that it's twisted, I want to try and mix these into that way of twisting.
Okay.
So you can see it's twisted like that. So I'm going to try and bring these wires back down the same way. So
it's adding more thickness to it, isn't it?
It just gives it a sort of a thicker look, a bit more tree-like. So, and then I'm just going to wrap this down, bring it back to the front, and then wrap it all the way around the same, around there, and then just cut. And you can see that's just, it doesn't matter if it's not exactly the same, because a tree has got that sort of personality to it, hasn't it?
Yeah,
So,
it does, yeah.
okay, so and again you would just take that time to make sure you give it a bit of a crimp in. So now that's the actual frame itself pretty much done. What I'm going to do with these down here, the thicker wires, is I'm actually going to just spiral them now. So I'm just going to take my pliers right to the end and just form a spiral. Doesn't matter if it's perfect, it doesn't have to be like a really perfect spiral. It doesn't matter if it goes, because sometimes you can, if you don't get the little round bit perfect, it can go a little bit egg-shaped.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter.
Just keeps with the whole organic theme, doesn't it?
And I'm just literally twisting that, and so I just want it to sit across there. Okay, so you can see that. And I'm just going to quickly do that with these ends here. So I'm going to go super quick.
It doesn't matter if your spirals are different shapes, sizes,
No,
just anything.
It's just to give it, I quite like having the spiral look.
Yeah.
It gives it that organicness, but it's good to cover up all of your work and get rid of your ends. And you don't have to spiral all of them. If you wanted to cut some like we did with the 0.4 wire,
then
you can and just cover it.
And I've noticed that you're working inwards on the spirals. I'm presuming you'll do the same on the other side.
No, I'm just being
Or do you just spiral
just
as you go?
just spiral-tastic, really. And you can go a little bit further down the cuff as well. So you can still spiral down the actual frame of the cuff a little bit as well. So you don't have to keep it all around the tree.
I see.
So I'm just going to move it down. Obviously you're going to take a bit more time and care than I currently am. I'm just doing this quite roughly.
That's okay.
Whilst
you're spiralling away, I'll just let people at home know that I'm into my teens on numbers that I have left of this. I'm in my teens now, so you've got your last chance to get it. It's the only way you can get your hands on this wonderful strand of tourmaline, and you're getting 0.4mm wire in this antiques bronze with the 100 meters, and you're getting a 0.8 10 meters worth of that to create this stunning cuff effect. So you're going to be getting plenty in here. It's your only way of getting that wonderful strand of your gemstones. So do treat yourself to it now to create a stunning tree of life cuff.
Okay. So I've just nearly done all of these, but just by doing this, what you'll see is you'll see now that all of those ends are going to start to be hidden.
Yeah.
Because they're underneath the spirals.
So it's really soft to touch.
Yeah. And you can even bring it up, if your wire's long enough. I've wrapped some of them because I was doing it in a bit of a hurry. But if your wire was long enough, you could bring it up through
back through the
the
circle.
root sort of effect, and then still spiral it down to sit right over the sort of centre of it. So you can still, and all of this is going to tighten it and sort of secure it as well. Okay. So just do a couple more quickly. So really sort of take that time, but with this one, this is something you want to take that time to cover up your roots. That's the whole point of this, is it's going to cover up all of those
the flyaway bits.
Yeah. So I'm just going to do a bit more.
So it's a nice design feature, but it's also...
It's got a reason, it's got a use as well. Okay, so you take your time and you'd make that look a little bit sort of more, you know, but you don't have to stick just to the tree. You can go along the frame a little bit as well.
Wonderful.
Okay, so now, the reason I haven't cut these
are from your branches,
they're from my branches, yeah. And what I'm going to do with these is just going to keep them as they are, because the way I work with wire, I don't like to cut any excess wire off because I might find a use for it a bit later on.
Yeah.
I might do something and think, oh, if I'd have had a bit of finer wire there, it would have just bound that bit there or something like that.
Yeah, I see.
If I find myself at the point I don't need it, then I can still just cut it off.
Wonderful.
Okay, so now what I want to do is start filling in the actual open parts of this cuff.
Okay.
Okay. So again, I'm going to take probably about 1 metre of wire. I'm still working from that same 10 metre reel.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is nice little spiral right at the very end. And the reason I'm doing this little spiral is that's going to be my little anchor point. So it's just a simple spiral, just using my hand. Okay, and if you find that there's a part of your design here that you haven't quite covered, you can place it over that. And then I'm literally, you can bunch all these little bits into the middle of the tree if you want, if they're annoying you. Going to wrap it around the frame once and then back again and possibly again. What I'm aiming to do is, one, secure it, but two, I'm just starting to secure down all those spirals we made. So just by wrapping that wire over, again, it's just pinning some of them down.
I see.
And then this is a little bit free form. Just, I've got all this wire to fill up this section.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to literally, using my thumb and my finger, just do a spiral, and I'll move that in case that goes flying. It's probably quite likely. And I might do another little spiral and then go over to the top and wrap around to secure. Now, when you get to this point, if you want to keep that sort of spiral decorative effect, put your hand on the actual frame and just do a little sort of circle effect on the actual frame.
On the actual frame.
You can see that?
Yeah.
And then again, with your fingers, just holding that into place and then bring that down, that will just sort of lock that into place, and it just gives a bit more detail along the actual frame.
That's wonderful.
So then bringing it down here, I'm going to add another random stone. And what I want to do with this stone is I'm going to hold it here, I'm going to hold the stone and wrap the wire around the stone. That makes the stone stay in place.
Brilliant.
Okay, and again, and this is all you're going to keep doing. Whoop, hello.
Sorry, I'll get them.
You get them. And you do this all the way along, and you just keep securing. Now, you do need to, as you can see, this is going to be quite insecure on its own. It's going to need something to give it a bit more strength.
Yeah.
So at this point, so I've got a little loop here. I angle that just so you can see exactly what I'm about to do. So I'm going to take the wire through that loop, and then when I pull it, I'll move my hand in a minute, don't panic. That will just secure
that's wonderful.
that link there.
And then that's made the whole of that, section of wire stronger, hasn't it, as well?
Well, that little bit there, and what you're going to do is keep going, and as you go through the loop to secure it, and try to secure all of these loops as you go along. And it's just a matter of building it up, and adding that on, add a stone on where you feel you want to, and then bringing it back up to the frame, and then maybe catching this one, and you just want to try to catch them all. If you find you can still add another piece of wire at a later date and still go through all of them if it's still feeling a little bit flimsy, you want to secure it. Okay, but you just keep going like this. All right, and I'm not going to do the whole thing, but you basically keep doing this, and then bring it down to the point where you're happy, and you can bring it back down to here. Oops, I've lost the front. And then again, you would just finish it into the design with another spiral. So you would find a nice, don't want to go all the way over there, that's me being silly. Just in here. And then I could just cut that wire, or at its natural end.
Yeah.
Would then just finish again by spiraling. Okay.
I see.
So I'm just going to do that, and that again will blend into the design. So you would obviously, if I looked at that and thought that needs more, cut another length off, exactly the same, anchor it with a spiral and build it up, and you can do that several times to really gain the thickness.
I see.
Okay.
I've got, so this is the one section we've just done here. And then you can also see on my cuff actually that you've
I think I went over twice. I think I did it with 2 layers.
I see.
So I did the first layer quite sort of simple, then I went over again, and I did the second piece exactly the same, but going through those loops and just securing. If you can look at the loops, they're all secured.
They are. Even touching, there's no movement.
No, and that's what you want. You want it to be strong, and you don't want it to catch, because the last thing you want to do is someone to be wearing this, catch it like that, and a piece come up and it break. So you need it to be secure.
Completely,
okay?
Yeah.
So you would do that on both sides, and obviously now we've got these little bits of wire here. Now these are good also if you've got a couple of these that you've missed. So what you can do is just bring this along and use these if you want to just sort of bind it and secure it. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you want to do that with any of them, then you can. If you don't and you want to just cut them off, then just cut them off. And then what we do, so get rid of all of that and just cut them. Again, they're all being cut to the front. And again, just give them a little squidge with your pliers. Now, I know you're going to have edges. Make sure you've got none sticking up, but we will cover those in a minute. Okay. So what you would then do with more of the 0.8 wire, so I'll just use this for now, is one more spiral, little spiral, just to anchor it. And what I want to do, I'm going to put this quite central, and what I want to do is go around my whole of my circle and secure my circle. So I'm actually going to take one piece of wire and wrap it around once, and as we did on the top of the frame, hold your finger and thumb, just give it a little swirl. Let's get rid of that wire. A little swirl, bring it through, and you just basically would keep doing that. And what you can do is spiral then. So I've gotten to the point where I've got a wrap. So I put my finger on, and that's going to cover that and hold it down.
I see.
Okay, so if I just show you what I've just done, just that little bit there, you can see, and then that's gone over those where those wires have been cut. And again, it's just pinning it and securing it.
So clever.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you just continue round the whole way, and when you get up to the top part, so you would just thread it through sort of once, give it a little swirl with your finger and thumb, and then when you get to the top, if you do a long enough piece, you'll go around, you'll be able to make it all the way around the circle. But when you get to the top, again, bring it up over to the top part, okay, and sort of you'll gain your extra strength by binding it. Just do a couple of little swirls and bring it back down and through, and you can see you've got a little swirl there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now if you find you want to do it in halves, what you can do is, instead of coming back through the frame, is actually go straight down the back of the tree.
Okay.
And then that will give a little bit more strength to the back of the tree. And bring it round to the trunk. And actually wrap it around the trunk and bring it back down the trunk to give a bit more texture and strength to the trunk as well.
I see.
And if you do that on both sides, so I've done one half there, if I'd done that and then added the other half, what I could do is bring one of these all the way down the trunk, and the other one, another little central spiral, and then bring that one down the trunk as well, and that gives that little, if you look at that, it's got like a little feature there.
Your little feature swirl on the trunk.
And that would go all the way down, and that's just how you create that. There.
Easy peasy.
Okay. And then, so now your tree would be, this would be full up, this would be full up, so technically it would be complete.
Yes.
But you've got all of this being a hiccup, so see if I turn it to the side, you can see that quite,
yeah, I can see
it
that.
there?
Yeah, this.
It's quite, it's all sticking out.
Sticking out a little
If
bit.
I was to bend this round, you can see it quite clearly there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't want that.
No.
So, with a piece of, quite a long piece really, of the 0.4. Whenever I add 0.4 wire or any fine wire to a design, I try to find a bare wire. So, like when I say bare, like a single wire, not a double.
Okay.
So if I was to attach this to this, I'd still have that risk of not being able to blend that end in.
I know what you mean.
But if I've got like a bare wire here or like a plain wire here, I could easily attach it just once or twice to there, and then when I cut that end off, it's just going to blend in, so I can round it off.
I know what you mean.
And then what we do is sew it all together. So literally catch it. So I've caught that spiral, bring my wire through, position it, and you will go around the whole of the frame. So, you know, really secure it. If you can see a couple of loops to go through, if you can see I've gone through a couple of loops there.
I can see.
And secure that. And you can go around the whole of the sort of this part here and just secure it. And because it's the same colour wire, it will just blend into the design. And then you just literally do that, and straight away, now I can't lift that bit up. So it's only a couple of little stitches.
It's so clever.
But it just binds it all together.
And
and
it totally blends in.
It blends in, you don't see it. Now what you would do with
really
this...
don't, because I'm staring at this one.
is you would take this around the whole of the frame. So where we've done a little section here with this little loop up here, I would bring this wire all the way around the frame, and then when I got to here, oops. So when I got to this part here and I've been working with it, I've sewn all the way along, and I would be sewing any of these little decorative, if I put it to face you, you can see, like these little decorative swirls here.
Yeah.
And I would just pull that, and then I would just work the wire around there. And I'd work it around and around, catch any little loops you may have missed. If you've got a spiral here and you want to secure this spiral here, and work it all the way around, and then just find a single wire again to just bind it off. If you run out of wire, it's fine. End it on a wire and add another piece and finish it. But you do not want any little pieces to risk being able to lift up, because it is got so many spirals and swirls in it, you just don't want it to pick up.
You don't want the risk, do you?
Okay, and then finally, once you've done that, you need to, right pliers would help.
Because as I'm yanking at it, it's none of it's lifting at all.
If it's Becky proof, then it's
well then it's fine. You're fine. Yeah, it is solid.
It is solid.
It really is.
And what you can do as well is take your pliers before you actually start sewing it, in effect, and go over the whole thing with your pliers and literally scrunch it a little bit, you know, not all over the whole frame, but where you've got anything like this.
Squidge.
Give it a squidge. If you've got nylon pliers, use them, but it doesn't matter if you haven't. And then they'll all settle to where they're going to sit, and you can adjust them if you need to. Then you can go over and sew them all into place. Okay, and again, that's just strengthening it all a little bit as well. Now, to form it into a bracelet, I don't actually use bracelet mandrels. What you'll find is there's a brand of baby cream that comes in a grey tub. It's only about that big, the small version of it. Most mums will know what I mean.
Yeah, good for nappy rash, is it?
Yeah,
yeah,
good
I
for
know what you
anything
mean.
like that. It's perfect for moulding a bracelet around. I find it because a really nice cuff. Just
That's
a small
good.
pot, not the massive pot.
Yeah.
Okay, but what I do is, starting from the centre, is I actually just take the ends. It is easier to do when it's filled up, believe it or not, and just gently start to form it around with my hands. Okay, and pop it on your wrist, and then I just use my hand to mould it round and tweak it. And you see that's pretty much a nice, I said I wanted a 7 inch,
Yeah.
so that's about right.
Got a gap.
And this is where you'll see if there's any that you've missed. So if you can look at it like this, and if any still pop up, go back over it with the fine wire.
Again.
And that is
your finished Tree of Life cuff. That is absolutely stunning. And you know what I love? That the back of the cuff, even though it's you've got lots of gaps in there, haven't you? It's still strong.
Yeah, it's got strength.
And normally when you think of strong things with strength, you think bulky. But this isn't. This is wonderful and intricate looking, but you've got the strength there because you've gone back and weaved
And
through.
you can mould it as well, so you can, if you want to mould it a little bit like this around the tree a little bit, which is what I've done there to make the tree sort of stand out a bit more. It's literally just using your hands to mould it and tweak it about a little bit. And that's really all it is. It's one of those that it can be a little bit of just make sure you take that time to
go through
it all and catch it with the fine wire, just sort of sew it all into place in effect. But it does, and crunching over it with your pliers as well, like this, and even if you crunch over any sort of sections in the middle, if you can, just strengthens it a little bit as well.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Laura Binding, for showing us how to do that. I told you it was stunning, didn't I? And if you love that, then the pendant we've got for you in a little bit, it's something really special, isn't it?
I'm quite in love with it myself.
I'm in love with it also. It's really special. Speaking of special, in my next hour I have a wire work special. I've got so many different types of wire. I've got tools, including a brand spanking new tool that we have not had before for you to look forward to. And it is question and answer section too. If you haven't quite got your messages in, do so now. Message in JewelleryMaker.com or text us 60777. Start your text with JM Studio, and any questions that you have for the lovely Laura, we will be asking in that time. We might be able to squeeze in a few demos if you need help some finishing things off, then we will help you in that section. I have got single figures of my kit left, single. So the only chance you've got to get your tourmaline in this strand, we haven't got it on the website, it's not on order, so get it now. 100 metres of 0.4, 10 metres of your 0.8 as well on that in the antique bronze colour. And you haven't used anything extra?
No, you sound surprised, but no, I haven't.
No, you haven't, no. I mean, there's no findings, there's
no nothing.
Everything you get in this kit is all you need.
You could make rings. I mean, you can see how much stones I've got left.
You
I've
do
got
have
this much
absolutely
wire
plenty
left, so I
left.
could probably make about 2 or 3 cluster rings, so you'd have a nice tourmaline cluster ring. You could even make a Tree of Life ring.
And I've got a ring mandrel coming up later on as well.
There you go.
So that's helpful, isn't it? That is wonderful. If you have got any questions, do message those in for us whilst we're on the break, and when we come back, we will discuss those with Laura. Question time with Laura Binding. I have got single figures of this left. I'm now got a handful, so do please treat yourself to this kit now. You don't need anything extra. All that you have here, you have. And as you said, it's your favourite, the 0.4, isn't it?
It's essential for me because
and you've
I
got
just use it so
plenty
much.
left over there. I will join you for Q&A after this very short break.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or Freesat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker. JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Buying jewellery online from us has just become even easier with our new streamlined checkout service. We've made some little changes to make our website more accessible for all of the different ways you shop online, and now it's even easier using a mobile phone or tablet. Once you have added your items to your shopping basket, you can decide to check out now or save for later. Saving an item for later means you can easily find them in your own time, but don't forget to check back soon, as all our items are selling fast. One of just a few changes that will make buying jewellery from us even easier.
If you have a question or query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Tune into JewelleryMaker every day at 5 p.m. from Miss It Miss Out show, where we'll have 4 hours of jam-packed deals, including clearance offers, end of line, last in stock and low prices. The Miss It Miss Out show, only on JewelleryMaker.
Tune in to the Miss It Miss Out show every day between 5 and 9 p.m. for our New Year's sale. We'll be going to low prices that you won't want to miss. All stock must go. The New Year's sale. Miss it and you'll miss out.
Welcome back to our Wirework special. Have you seen our picture? It's beautiful, isn't it? It's something really special. That is a bit of a stunner, isn't it? I'm not sure what I'm looking at in that picture, to be honest. It's a bit of a peculiar one. Why do we all look like Shrek? We've all got little stalks. It's a bit peculiar, isn't it? This is our Wirework special. We have got some cracking deals for you today in this hour on everything Wirework. I've got brand spanking new tools. I've got some of your favourites, and I'm going to be giving Laura a Wirework challenge. Dum bum bum. I liked that. So I'm going to be giving it to you now, if that's all right.
Thank you very much.
This is Q&A time as well, so we'll be asking Laura plenty of questions in this time. Do keep messages in JewelleryMaker.com or 60777. Start your text with JM Studio. This is what you'll be making something with during our wonderful question time. So you're going to be getting a scoop in your challenge. These are so large that they're not actually coming out. It's all right. There we go. Take a look at this deluxe gem selection that you have. You've got in here. I just want to point out the clarity on these is exceptional. You know that obviously when we look for gemstones, some of the key things we look for is the clarity, but also the cut. And both of those attributes are exquisite on every single one of these. You've got some clear quartz in here. Can you see the faceting on this? It's rectangular in one direction, and then on the back side, it's in the separate direction, which means that as you turn it, You're getting a rectangular cut, you're getting the faceting of almost a checkerboard diamond-like shape. Really special gemstones. You've also got some rose quartz in here. This wonderful delicate hue of pink, very charming colours. You've got plenty of green amethyst in here in some really large pieces as well. All of these are centre drills. You'll be able to see the drill hole goes from top to bottom on these. It's a really huge size. I'd be guessing it's around possibly 15 mil in height, this one. In fact, even more than that, maybe even 20 mil. We've got some really large pieces. And we've got some truly deep amethyst tone. Show you this against my hand, you'll be able to see the wonderful purple much better than on the black. That's so rich, almost an aubergine tone. It's absolutely stunning. And we've got lemon quartz in here as well, all of them step cut. You're going to be getting 220 carats worth in here. Look at this beautiful poppy lemon. You see what I mean about this faceting? Honestly, every single one of these has the most stunning clarity, and the cut with this faceting is truly wonderful. The price on this is wonderful as well. It really is a stunning price. Let's get it in. £8.95 for 220 carats worth. That is an exceptional price, because genuinely the clarity in these is second to none. The cut of each of them with the faceting is something that's going to add real interest to your designs. It's such a special selection in here. Oh, flying away. Let's have a look how many I've got in here actually. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 I've got in my scoop for just £8.95. It is superb clarity, and the faceting is what, to me, makes these gemstones even more special. True selection of your amethyst, your rose quartz, your green amethyst, and the lemon quartz within here. You've got your clear quartz here too. Isn't that stunning? And it's just £8.95 today. 220 carats worth you will be getting. And I will be giving this to Laura for her challenge. What do you think, Laura, initially of these gemstones?
I think they're beautiful, and it reminds me of, do you remember when we did that ring special, that little ring hour?
Yes.
We had some very similar like that, just a simple ring. It's all you needed, and it was just beautiful. Can you remember?
I do remember.
You got a bit sidetracked by the big cluster rings.
Yeah, I do remember because it's in my jewellery box at home. That's how I remember. I remember every morning when I look at it. It's a really
nice simple ring like that, and it just looked beautiful.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking in a pendant or some earrings or something like that, just going to look gorgeous.
So you've got this, and the clarity when you see it's absolutely wonderful. As well as that, we're going to add to this kit 1 mil of your 100 metres of your silver coloured wire here today. 100 metres worth of your 1 mil. We'll have a little look what Laura does with this. 1 mil, of course, it's quite structural. It's one of the highest gauges we do. It's the third strongest gauge that we do. If I show you, although it has the strength, you'll be able to see that also it's very malleable. If you haven't worked with 1 mil wire before, you can see, although it's got the strength, it's so malleable, you can just really simply move it with your fingers. So let's take a look at the price. 100 metres of 1 mil wire should be £27.95. Of course, you've got 100 metres there, but obviously, as well as when your gauge goes up, of course, the price goes up because there's much more metal within there. So it should be £27.95. However, it's my wire work special. This price will only be this low until 9 o'clock. So please get your hands on it now. Do not risk missing out. It's not £27.95 today. It's just £21.95. That's all you're going to be paying. You're getting 100 metres of this in your 1 mil. It's great for your structural. It's perfect for that. And we're going to do a contrast with the colours in this. Is this part of the challenge as well? So this is actually quite a tricky challenge in a way, because we're giving you contrasting colours. Now, why did you know, what do you think of working with contrasting colours?
I love working with contrasting colours.
Do you?
Yeah, because because I do a lot of weaving and a lot of woven work, when you use contrasting colours, the weave really shows up and looks really effective.
It does. It's more attractive, isn't it? Definitely.
Gives it a bit more interest.
Yeah, I agree with that. So this is your favourite, 0.4. You're going to be getting 100 metres worth of this in the copper colour. The price today should be £14.95. That's the price it is on our website at this moment. However, it's the Wirework special. So we're going to go under £10. It's not £14.95 today. It's going to be just £9.95 for you. It's 0.4 mil. You're getting 100 metres worth. All three of these goodies I've just shown you, they will be winging their way to Laura in a moment. You haven't had them yet, have you?
No, I'm just playing with my twisted bit of wire, making a ring.
Oh, I like that. So we're going to be winging their way over to Laura. I'm going to give them to you now if you want, Laura.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, I'll bring them over. Can I actually get you to, whilst I'm over with you, just give me your initial thoughts on your gemstones, because when I've looked at these myself, they're stunning. They are.
Is that how you just... Yeah.
Yeah, I got told, Becky, get back in shot. Oh, sorry. I'm just handing your goodies over.
Yeah.
What do you think of the gemstones themselves?
I just think they're gorgeous. I just
stunning.
love this type of gemstone now. I love that high quality, faceted. I don't even know, are you?
Yeah, I'm going to bring my brew over as well, I won't lie to you. I'm gasping.
I'm going to just, sorry I'm disappearing, but I'm just going to nab one of these.
Yeah,
don't want to get them mixed.
Good idea.
Yeah, you can take that with you if you want.
Can I? Oh, can I finish this one off?
Yeah, if you want.
Oh, that'd be good, because yeah, I was going to have a go at one tonight, wasn't I? I was asking in the break. Can you try me how you did that little bit there?
Right.
So
for me, I just think that's just a perfect combination. I'd have a little look and see if there's any that I might be able to make a pair of earrings out of.
Yeah.
Because as long as they're similar, they don't have to be exactly the same. Same colour would be helpful.
There you go. These ones are those similar? Really
they're similar. There we go. See, I really need to hire you.
Hey, brilliant.
Bring in white chocolate in for you next time. So, I've got a nice little pair there.
Yeah.
I'm thinking a nice little bit of woven wire, and just have them hanging from the bottom of it or something like that. And maybe a nice pendant. They're just gorgeous.
That's a great idea.
A nice ring. Look at that. It's pretty.
Well, we'll leave you to play with those in a moment. Yeah. However, we are in our question and answer section. We'll be coming back over in a little bit just to disturb you some more for a few more questions. But let's start off with a few of those now, shall we? Let's take a look. I have to read it off here. I can't see it on that screen. This is from Kelly. Hello, Kelly. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. It says, hi, please can you ask the lovely Laura Binding if and how you could use the same Tree of Life design in a large circle shape as a piece of decor? That's a really good question.
You could really.
Love that.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to make it as a piece of decor, I probably would go up to a thicker wire. So, we had the 1.5. Yeah. So you could use the 1.5 or the 1.25. As long as you find something that you can form it around, any shape, anything really, like a tub of something or a vase or anything like that. Take it off. Because we do cover this in the first Wirework DVD anyway, how to actually make a tree, how to make a Tree of Life plain. Yeah. So what you could do is have a nice thicker frame, hammer it if you want it to be extra strong, texture it if you want to give it a bit of interest, and then you would obviously need a lot more wire, and I probably would say maybe try 0.6 wire as opposed to the 0.4, because the 0.4 is going to obviously be quite fine. Yeah. Or twist several strands of the 0.4 together and use that as one, but you'll struggle to put the beads on with that. So I think if you were to use a 0.6 or even a 0.8, and just keep twist them together and just use them like that.
I adore that idea, Kelly.
Yeah. And then if you
maybe
had
a piece of wall art, would you suggest using large stones?
Yeah, you could use the larger
or...
stones, but bear it in mind. I mean, I don't know how big we're thinking. If you're thinking of this sort of big, you wouldn't really need. You could use like a large, or maybe use slabs, or you know, like little something like this kind of shape.
Yes.
You know, have something a bit different.
Yeah.
If you were going to do it, if you had the circle, and whereas we make the bail on the Tree of Life, we just turn it into a bail. What you could do is this. I'll imagine this is like a thick piece of wire, not a 0.8. And what you could do is just literally turn the end over, one of the ends over, and then turn the other end over. And then if you put them like that, they would have. You could put them together like that, and you could have that as the hanging loop.
Hanging loop.
You see that? Okay.
Really clever idea.
And then you would use that just to attach it by a nail or whatever you wanted to attach it by.
Whatever you wanted to attach it with.
That's an idea. I don't know. I've never tried it.
That's really good.
I might have a play about it and see what I can come up with.
I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
I love doing large pieces statement because then it's you've decorated your house with something no one else has.
Yeah, and you could personalise it as well. Definitely. So you could put like stones that mean something to somebody, you know, like birthstones or
the colour of your room.
Yeah,
even.
you can make it really personal.
That's a really good idea, Kelly. Thank you for sharing and thank you for asking that question. Let's have another one in. It says, hi, can you tell me the name of the tool I have seen your designers use make a spiral cone shape? It has a wooden handle. I looked online, but I couldn't find it on the website. Thanks, Heather. It's the Wags Y comb, isn't it?
It's the Wags
That's
Y
what I
comb.
do. Wags, as in wives and girlfriends, isn't it?
Yeah.
W-A-G-S, Y comb.
Y cone. Well, I think that's how we call it because I think of bicone being it's the same but with a Y.
Wags Y comb.
Yeah, Wags Y cone.
Apparently it's made in Britain and it's actually named after the gentleman who came up with it.
Oh,
yeah,
there
true
you go.
story.
Yeah, it probably just sold out to be honest because it's very popular.
Possibly. We'll have a little look actually, shall we? We'll take a little look and let you know if we have got any in stock for you, Heather. Back in stock on Thursday in Designer Inspiration show with Gemma Crow. We've got it back in stock. I'm not sure if I'm doing that show or not yet. I might be doing the morning show. I don't know. I might have been switched. But we will be coming back in stock with you on Thursday, Heather. So join us then to get more your hands on the Wags Y comb. Got another question now for you. Just graphics being a bit slow today. That's all. You have your coffee the same as me.
I do.
Yeah, no milk.
A bit stronger.
I like mine stronger.
Oh, do you?
Well. Yeah, I do.
Because it's got nothing with it. So
no,
it
exactly.
needs flavour.
Needs a bit of flavour. So much in common. It's crazy. I'm just noticed that you're
just making a ring with the
rest of the tourmaline.
No, yeah, and with the bit of wire I cut off the actual bracelet.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah, sorry, it's still twisted. So
we'll take a little look at that when you finish it off. It says from Susan in London. Hello, Susan. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. It said good morning. Spellbinding, Laura binding, and bewitching Becky.
Oh, I'm liking that.
Officially my new favourite person, Susan. I just wondered if there was a way to finish off the wire on the ring so they don't stick in. Possibly.
Yeah, we do. I often say whenever I do a ring, if you're just doing it where you're wrapping, am I allowed to show quickly? Have I got 2 seconds?
No, completely, honestly. Go for it.
So if I do a really quick and simple ring.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go.
We've got a ring mandrel coming up for you as well soon.
So I'm just going to do a really simple ring. I've shown this several times how to do this ring shank, so I won't go into detail how to show the shank itself. Okay, so once you've got, so I'm just going to pop a couple of stones on. Oh, I tell you what, why don't I do something with one of my pretty ones?
Yeah, please.
If it will fit. That's the only downside to these. It's not a downside, but it's just a slight, because we got around it last time, didn't we? Because I used a head pin.
Yes, we did. Very, very true.
And they'll always raise around it. Ha! This one works. There we go. So what I'm going to do, pop my stone on. Okay. So bear with me a second. I'm doing part of my challenge now. This is good, thank you.
Oh, sneaky. Well done, Susan. Good
Thank
question.
you. Loving the name and the sneakiness.
Yeah.
Right, so just doing this little quick ring. It's really quick and simple. So when you get to the point where you want to actually finish off the ring, what I do is I like to be able, so I'm just making it a little bit right, that's it. So, what I like to do is have 2 lengths of wire either side of the ring shank.
Yeah.
Okay, and all I'm going to do is wrap my wire around 2 to 3 times. So you can see there, I've just wrapped that wire around sort of about 2 times.
Yeah.
Okay, make sure you do it the same amount of times on either side,
yeah.
so it mirrors. And then what I want is that wire to look like I'm about to do another wrap, so it's going across.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll pass that there, sorry. So the reason I'm going to cut the wire here is if I was to cut the wire when it was coming up like this,
yeah.
If I was to cut it there, one, I'm going to have an edge that's going to be hard to get rid of.
Yes.
And 2, if you're using coloured wire, it's going to show the colour of the copper core.
I see.
By doing this, and what I want to do, and this is just a little tiny tip, before you do this, just make sure you're happy with your ring shank. Run your pliers across it just to flatten all of the shank back out.
Yeah.
Okay. Literally take your pliers nice and close to the edge there. Literally snipped it there. So if that's a good angle because you can see the edge. So if I was to put my hand there, that's sharp.
Yeah.
Okay. So taking my sort of chain pliers, snap flatteners pliers, I'm just literally getting that end and just very gently pushing that down.
Yeah.
I'm holding all of this just with my pliers. And what I want to do is I'm holding my stone, I'm rocking my hand really gently. The stone, I'm keeping the ring itself steady and still. And that will, if you have a look now,
yeah, you can
see how it's gone right down.
Yeah.
And you run your finger across it. I know that you're not going to lie, you'd say, but that's a lot smoother. Take a bit of time, and you wouldn't even know it was there.
Yeah.
If you look at it visually, it looks like it looks nice and tidy because it's across the top. And even if you do see there, you would take a bit more time and just rub it down a little bit more.
Yeah.
What you don't want to do is if you cut it halfway, you will see the cut quite clearly. You'll see half a piece of wire, so you really need to take that time and just repeat on the other side, nice and close. And that's pretty much.
And that's how you finish that
a ring in 2 seconds.
That's so simple, isn't it? Thank you so much for sending that in, Susan. That's a really good idea, and I imagine something that a lot of people probably struggle with.
Yeah.
So thank you. We'll be coming back for more Q&A with Laura Binding really soon, so do message us in. It is JM Studio 60777 or just on the website at JewelleryMaker.com. Thank you so much. We'll be back in a bit. I'll let you scribble away with all your nice gemstones for now, okay? Join us after this because I've got a star by right now. It's a really special star by time now because this is a brand new tool. We've had flush cutters in before, however, nowhere near the calibre and the standard of these ones. These are seriously the luxury version of what we've had in previously. And in fact, even with those, we have not had the flush cutters for a long time in for quite some while, maybe a couple of months. We've run out of them in stock. We've completely changed them. We've had a little look around in that time. We've had some of our guest designers trying them out for us, trying to pick their favourite one. And this has come out as the winner. This is your brand new designer flush cutter pliers. Take a look at these for me. We're going to let you have a play with them. You like these ones, don't you, Laura?
Mine are 5 years old. I'm so glad that you finally got them in because I've been saying that you need these because they are the best pair that you can get.
Yeah.
What I found anyway.
Yeah. You've had that pair for 5 years.
I've had this pair for 5 years. They've been really abused being on JM a lot.
Yeah.
You know, I use this to cut all of my gauges of wire, including my 1.5.
Yeah.
And they're still, I mean, they're hanging, but they're going strong still.
That's wonderful. 5 years of completely using them totally. It is brand spanking new. I'm going to get them out for you so you can have a decent look at them as well. They've really comfortable handle, haven't they? That's my first thing I initially noticed, because they've got the larger gauge handle than you might be used to, but also it's slightly rubbery, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got a really nice feel. I mean, like I said, mine have gotten to the point of that, but that's I can still fix them, and they're still going strong and sturdy. They haven't split.
No.
You know, and they've taken a lot of wear.
Yeah. And imagine how much Laura's used hers. Probably a lot more than most normal people. Because she's always on here and she likes to make things on the train, don't you? So if you're unaware as to what a flush cutter is, very, very simply, it's for cutting wire, as you might guess. However, it cuts it in a completely flush line, doesn't it, Laura?
Yeah, it cuts it almost like a triangle, so it cuts it like thump like that. So if you've got a piece like that, and it will slice it like that. So when you do a ring, so obviously you saw I used mine for doing the ring. What it does is it doesn't make it either dead flat or pinched, it just does that. And then when you rock it, you just take away that little sharp edge and you get a really smooth, seamless finish.
So it means that it's going to really easily sort of meld into the rest of your design, and it also means that it's not going to be just a dead stop end that you can then see into the core, that will then catch on your clothing really easily. If you're into your wire work, or perhaps it's a new thing for 2014, these are a total essential, especially in fact I suppose if you are new, because you'll
it's going to make it so much easier
without them, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's something that will just give your piece a perfect ending, a perfect finish. And as I say, the handle itself it's very, very comfortable, really, really easy to use. And also, obviously, you've got the large spring in the centre here that just means that it pulls them apart again, which is something worth mentioning because it's strong, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't use any other type of cutters.
No.
Obviously, when I'm on JM, I will use the cutters from the toolkits here. But personally, when I work, I just use these all the time. I use them for everything. I use them to take the beads off of the strings. I use them for everything because they're so comfortable to use, and they just, to me, they just do the best job, really. And like I said, if you do wire work, if you want that proper flush finish, even just cutting a wrap loop, even if you don't do anything complicated and you think, well, I do simple wire work, so I wouldn't need it. You know, just cutting that wrap loop, because it gives that finish, it's so much easier to take away those ends and to hide all those ends.
It really does make a big difference. It's a good habit to get into as well, isn't it? To just finish off your wire work pieces.
To get that finishing right.
With the extra little bit. Perhaps you're looking at these and you're thinking, but I already have normal cutters and I find those okay. I would suggest genuinely that you give these a go today. Reason being, of course, you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you don't really notice the difference, that's completely fine. However, I currently only have 88 of these in stock, and that's complete now. That's complete. We've not got extra in our warehouse. We've not got any extra on any of the shows coming up that we know of. This is literally, we took the whole bulk today because we want to give you a chance at home to just see what a difference it would make. So genuinely get your hands on these right here, right now for this price. It's just £29.95. If you're a wire worker, this is going to be one of the best £30 you've ever spent, isn't it, Laura B?
Yeah, I've always said, you know, I've probably paid more than that, you know, a while ago. And I said then, I will pay it twice over because it's worth it for the quality. You know, I left my toolkit here a couple of weeks ago and I was devastated because I couldn't find my flashlight. I was so sad.
Oh, no.
But then Hannah found them for me. Bless, I love her, thank you.
Oh, bless. Oh, bless. And
I'm so much happier now I've gotten them back. They are worth the investment, definitely.
And like you say, if you've had yours for 5 years.
And if you think of how much work I've done here, how much work I've done at home, like you say, I mean, I travel, I do work on train, I've always got them with me, and they're still going strong now.
So definitely a buy that's worth it today. I already have half of my stock gone. Already have half of my stock gone on these. It really is your chance to buy now, because we only have 88 in stock to begin with. I've now got half of that. They're £30, but they are worth the investment. Think of if they last you 5 years and upwards possibly, think about that price per year, but also think about how much easier it is to finish off your pieces. You're not going to be spending as much time squeezing and scrunching and rocking in and oh no, it's not quite soft enough, oh no, it's catching still. You're saving yourself all of that worry for just £29.95 today.
Can I say also it cuts through it so much smoother. So like sometimes you'll find that you're doing this just to cut a thicker wire. With that you will literally, if I do that, it's instant. It's just, if it's a thicker wire, it doesn't even, there's no, oh like this, it just literally just is instant, and it's like butter, and that's even with the thicker wires. So
what about with you, can you use a 1.5 with these? Easily?
Yeah.
If you're on the web, I cannot stress this enough. It is imperative that you check out right now, because I have single figures left. It's going to be a sellout. If you do not check out, someone will guaranteed steal it out of your basket, because I have one left now. Who's going to be the last one to get it? £29.95. That's all you're going to pay today to get our brand new designer flush cutters. Congratulations, that has been a sellout. What I would say is, if you have missed out now, do just remember this, take a note of the name, take a note of the code, keep trying, keep refreshing in a few minutes, because you don't know, some people might decide not to check them out, some people might decide that it's not quite right for them at this time, so do keep checking throughout the day to get your hands on that. So, I told you it'd be a good wire work special, didn't I? Okay, easier said than done to get this out. Hang on, I'll be with you. Oh, there we go. So, let's start off at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start. It's Wirework DVD Edition 1. So, of course, this is where you can find out, Susan, a little bit more about, was it Susan who wanted to know? No, it was the lady before, wasn't it? Who wanted to know about making this into a larger piece. This will give you step-by-step tips on how to do your wonderful tree of life. What else is on this Wirework DVD, Laura?
Yeah, I was going to say that. How to do a simple ring. What we try to do on the Wirework DVDs is give a bit of a mixture, so it doesn't matter what level you are, you can kind of cover all ranges. So there's a how to do a simple wire spiral ring.
Yeah.
There's the tree of life. There's the Lucy cuff, or more so the weave for the Lucy cuff. There's how to cage a pendant.
Yeah.
And I can't quite remember what.
There's lots of bits and bobs on it. There's six projects, and it does take you through each different stage. So if you are new, it's a great DVD to get your hands on. The price today, it's £4.95 for your DVD. What's your New Year's resolution, to try something new this year? Well then, this could be your DVD to get you started off on your wirework journey. And it'll also go through step by step how to do your wonderful Tree of Life pendant also. £4.95, that's yours today. Let's bring you some more wire, shall we? This is your 0.8 in the gold colour. And you've got 100 metres worth of this 0.8 here. Laura, you said to me earlier that it's your favourite colour. Did she say that to me? Copper's my favourite. Copper's your favourite. Ignore what I've just said then. You've got your golden coloured wire.
I do like the gold. I like those kind of colours, but yeah, copper's my
Copper's your favourite. This is 100 metres of your 0.8. Because this is our Wirework special hour, we are going to discount it for you. The price should be £24.95, which is why it goes. It's a great price. It really is. If you have a little look around in other shops, we are really competitive with our wire. £24.95 for 100 metres. However, it's a Wirework special, so let's give you an extra treat, shall we? Keep your wire work questions coming in. We will be heading over to Laura Binding shortly again for more. £19.95. It's under £20 for you today. 100 metres worth of your gold coloured wire in the 0.8. 0.8 is a really handy wire to have, isn't it?
Yeah, for me, it's the best wire to have. It's the most universal.
Yeah.
So you can do everything. If you love making rings, imagine if you've got the gold, again, it's one of those recognised colours. People like the gold and silver because it's safe.
Yes.
And again, it's something that you'd feel confident giving to someone who you know wears gold.
Yeah.
Because it's a safe sort of colour. So to have that, you could just make tons of rings. If you like making rings, tons and tons of rings.
Loads
earrings,
of
findings. All of it, really.
If you do want to make the cuff that Laura's just shown us, she's 0.8 in a different colourway, then you've completely got it here. It's just £19.95 for you today on this. We saw a demo with the ring just then, didn't we? So I'll give you a chance to own the mandrel now. The ring mandrel itself is such a useful thing to have, not only due to the fact of obviously shaping and making your rings, but also because it's metal, you can hammer onto it. You can create wonderful spirals, wonderful swirls. You can do almost cone-like effects with these as well. It's your ring mandrel and you get the pouch as well. You'll be able to see up the side that you have the different letters, the different ring sizing up on the side. You use your ring mandrel quite a bit, don't you, Laura B? Why is that?
I use it for things, I mean, obviously you use it for making rings. Yeah. But also you can use it if you want to make ring, sort of, if you want to make a pendant shape, you know, if you want to make that sort of get a shape of a round circle. If you want to do a couple of coils, you can make loops for earrings.
You could do like chandelier earring
effects.
Yeah,
you could do, but you could just make you could use this and do, as I showed for making that Tree of Life sort of pendant like that. You could do a couple on here, smaller version, and then hang a stone link. Or I might try that for my challenge. You know, and then have a stone as a link, and you just have that like sort of hammered loop hanging from the bottom, because you could hammer it for that bit of texture, to anything like that really. But you can use this a lot more than you realise. Don't just use it for rings, you can use it just even if you want to get finding shapes, just to get that consistent shape.
You can use this for it. So it's a really versatile thing really, and it is one of those things that if you haven't worked it on before, you might think, well, I don't really make that many rings. As we've just heard there, you can use it for so many other goodies as well. The price today should be £8.95, but we're doing you a great discount on this today because it is our Wirework special. Get this home, enjoy it. Your price today is just £5.95. That's a real treat for you this afternoon. Get your hands on this ring mandrel. There's so much you can do with it, and I would say if you haven't had to go with it before, do give it a try, because also it's one of those things that is gonna last you forever really. There's nothing that can go wrong with it. There's no parts that can fall off. It's just one solid piece of metal. It's strong, so if you drop it, it's not going to dent and break. It's something that really can last you a lifetime. Yeah. And it's just £5.95 today with the pouch as well. Let's do. We'll do these separately, my next two pieces, but I'll bring them out together. So let's do the hammer first, shall we? This is your chasing hammer. So you'll be able to see here, you have the flat section and you have the ball pin section at the side. This section very much used for strengthening your wires, and this side very much for adding lots of texture to it. It has got the long wooden handle, which just means that you don't get that, it stops the resonance of when you hit the metal. You don't get the reverberation back through the handle because it is wooden. It's got a lovely long handle as well, which is really helpful as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really comfortable to use, you know, and the effect is just brilliant. What you can do with how you can change a piece, you can almost in effect create your own findings. If you hammer just one long piece of wire and texture it and have a couple of those in with some gemstones, it just looks like you've got sheets of metal.
You've got your own pieces.
Yeah.
Do not think, please, that you can sort of rifle in your garage and just grab your normal tool box out and use your hammer, because it is genuinely not the same. Not only is this a lot more lightweight, but it's also specifically made for jewellery making. It really does make a massive difference. If you did try and get your toolkit out, you would end up wasting so much of your wire. You would completely wreck it. It would take off the coating, tear it to shreds, it would weaken it. It's just not worth it, especially when you see what we're going to do on the price of this today. Normally £6.95, which even for just a normal hammer is a great deal. This one is specifically for professional like jewellery making like we have on the show here. It's just £4.95 for you today though. Just £4.95. We want you to have a go. We want you to start your journey and continue your journey with the wire working, and this is a really great way to get yourself on board. Of course, if you are using the hammer, you're also going to need to get yourself the steel block. If you haven't opened your baskets yet, this is the one to do it for, because the weight on this, one of the guest designers said to me the other day, was it Gemma Crow? She went to post one of these onto her friends or something, and she just did it via normal mail, and it was first class postage that she did, and it came out, did she say £6.50?
Yeah, because they go by weight.
Because it's weight, isn't it?
Yeah. I used to bring that up with me when I used to come up to the studio, but thankfully they got one in the studio.
Oh my goodness, weighing you down. It is so heavy that it has cost Laura, it's like £6.50 to do this in the post. You're not paying extra in postage and packaging, it's still just £2.95 for the entire day. It's your steel block. It's 4x4 by 0.5 mil, so that's the section here. It's really important when you're working with your hammer, not only to protect your table, of course. Are you going to start hammering away there?
I'm not going to do it now because you're on. I'm waiting for a break. But
all right,
I'm going to make the earrings that I said. So far I'm using the ring mandrel to make my loops.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to hammer and texture them.
You are doing a cracking job today, aren't you? You always do, but you're going a step ahead.
It's because I've had a bit of a lie-in, because I've been in a drive up and I've got to get up at stupid o'clock.
So why is the steel block so important?
Because first of all, it absorbs, you know, when you're...
It's quite heavy as well if it falls on the table.
And also it protects your work surfaces.
Yeah.
Obviously you don't want to start using a hammer and hitting onto your kitchen work surface or your table. It can be quite noisy, so put something underneath it. I sometimes just get a cushion.
Yeah, and pop that underneath.
Yeah, a lot of people do things like, you know, shoulder pads, like the padding, and they just put that in like a little bag and then put it on top, and it just doesn't make it so noisy.
It doesn't make it so noisy. And also when you're working on this block, what happens is, because it's so strong, it takes the impact, doesn't it? So if you were to say do it on a work surface or a table, because it is soft, it doesn't make the wire work as hard, which is what you want. So let's take a look at the price today. £7.95, it should be. But it's £5.95 for you today. That's all you're going to be paying. So you've got £2 off this today. It's just £2.95. If you haven't opened your basket yet, genuinely, it's worth it for this. £5.95. That's all you're paying today. Let's bring you some more wire. This is your Antiques bronze wire, and it's in the 0.6. You've got 100 metres worth on your reel here. The Antiques bronze colour, it's such a wonderful tone, I think.
I just love all of the earthy colours, so that's what my favourite combination is, the antique bronze with the copper.
The copper.
And when you work with them together, it just completely changes the colour of them both. They complement each other so well.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's a really lovely tone, and of course it's the one that we used, it's the colour we used to create the cuff that we had previously, and you've seen how nicely it goes with those tourmaline like tones. So take a look at your price. Should be £19.95, but it is your Wirework special, so let's crash the price for you. It should be £19.95, but not now. It's just £16.95. You're getting 100 metres worth. Genuinely think about how many metres you would use to do a ring.
Wow, you even if you're doing like a really full-on clustery, wiry one, I'm only going to use about 1 metre.
So you can really easily create 100 rings out of this.
Easily, and that's with you being generous. I mean, if you're just going to do a really simple ring, well, you saw the ring that I did, that was very simple. You probably need half a metre of that. So you could just make tons and tons and tons. And again, if you like to make wrap loops or anything like that, it's ideal because it's a 0.6.
Yes.
So it's a lot more, it's got the strength, but it's a lot easier to use. So it's really good if you like to make wrapped chains.
I see.
Sort of things like that. So it's perfect for anything like that.
And you can make your own earring findings with 0.6
yeah,
as well,
can't you? You can use it for a lot, and it's perfect
hooks.
for gizmo. If you love to do your gizmo, it's ideal. And again, having that amount is brilliant because you do use quite a lot up when you do the gizmo in. So to have that for that price is...
It's a wonderful deal. It's just $16.95 for you today, 100 metres. Get your hands on this now, DGJM 33. Now I had your Wirework Edition 1 DVD, but let's bring you the second one now. This is your Wirework Step 2 DVD. So this is a great one. If you've just got the first DVD, get yourself this one as well, to just go on to just continuing and developing your journey. The DVD itself lasts around an hour, and you'll be able to see lots of projects on here, including what you can see on the front. Again, it's showing you individual projects, but it's also showing you techniques that you will use throughout the whole of your wire working journey, really.
Yeah, again, it's another one where we try to do a range of things. So, there's a nice wire wrapped bangle where you can make your own frame sort of, core for it, add your beads, embellish it with some wire. We also do a wire sculpture pendant on that one, and coming up in the second project, I've done like a variation of that sort of sculpture pendant, so you can use that for that. There's a charm ring. There's how to do a few basic findings, only like a little section, how to use a wire jig, and how to do the bangle that's on the front, which is basically a cuff with a hidden front clasp.
Oh, fab.
So it's got quite a few nice techniques in there.
Got a lot of things on here then. It's yours today at just £4.95. Take Laura Binding home with you for just £4.95.
I'm not going to go there.
Right, what's up next? You mentioned the jig, so let's do a little jig, shall we? This is your wire wrapping jig. This is the smaller size one that we have, which is great. It's really portable, really easy to use. It's your plastic wire jig. Very basically, you'll be able to see here, you've got all these little holes. Really simply, you get a selection of nuts and bolts, and you simply screw them in, and then you have some backings that will hold them into place, and then you get a length of wire as well, and you can create lots of loops, lots of different shapes. You can create designs that look really, really intricate. You can see all the little nuts lined up along the side there, and the larger ones in the centre coming across at the right angle there at the bottom, and you're getting the different colours of wires as well. You can create some really beautiful pendants out of this, and because you have got the different nuts, it means you can create symmetry to your pieces, which I know for a lot of people is really important. So this is wonderful if you are one of those people whose symmetry is key. You want to get your hands on this today. The price today, £5.95. But let's take a little pound off, shall we? It's £4.95 today. You'll be able to see on the back, you also get instructions within there. It's really easy to follow, and it even shows you how to actually create different looks. You get shown step by step how to create this really simple weave here, as well as many, many others. There's lots of almost Grecian type designs you get shown to do on this. Real simple step by step to start you off on your journey, but then of course you can develop your own skill, your own ideas, your own looks, and it's just £4.95 today. Let's do some 0.4 gold wire. Now yesterday I said that we didn't have any of this in stock, and we didn't. When we noticed that, we got some shipped overnight. It landed on our doorstep this morning, it did. So we got to bring you some now. It's 0.4 mil wire, and it's 100 meters worth. Sheila did use this in a designer inspiration yesterday to create the lovely bridal footwear piece that she made for us yesterday. 100 metres here of your 0.4 mil in this golden colour. Get your hands on it now, because we're going to do a cheeky little price slash. The price should be £14.95, but it's our wire work special hour, so let's knock a few cheeky pounds off. It's just come in, so genuinely we're not supposed to take it down. However, we got our hands on it, we got it in today. £9.95, that's all you pay today. Do you use this one quite a bit, Laura?
As I said earlier, it's one of my favourite gauges, and if you got that, again, if you had the 0.8 earlier that you had on, got a nice combination there. You could do cuffs with that because you've got both the gauges. But for me, as I said, I do my pendants. All I'm going to say is, if you're going to like the pendant later on, then you need to get that.
Yeah.
Definitely, because that is going to be an essential for the pendant later on, because you're going to want tons of it to do lots of them.
I definitely agree with
say.
that. So coming up in probably about 15 minutes, we'll be heading over to Laura for the step-by-step for a truly special pendant. You'll see, when you see it, you'll know why it's really special straight away. And we're going to use plenty of this on there, so get it now whilst you can. £9.95 for 100 metres of 0.4 mil wire. Now, we've had a lot of people, say that to me again, my love. No, previous to that, oh sorry, yeah, I didn't hear that right. We've had a lot of people asking about wire weaving, and this is the one for you. If you want to know more about wire weaving, then this truly is the DVD for you, because it really focuses on and takes you through step by step how to do the weaving with wire. This is your Wirework Edition 3 DVD. So why is this one different, Laura B?
Well, with the first two, I sort of stuck to mixed projects, so there was 6 mixed projects on both those DVDs. But with this one, it was an opportunity to sort of go that little bit more in depth. So there isn't actually 6 projects on this one, there's only actually 4 and a section on weaving. But what we're trying to do is to cover all of the different types of weaves that are available, obviously not all of them, but you know, quite a few of them. And then give you projects that you can use those weaves with. So, you know, we've got like on the cover the netting technique, so you actually net stones in, which is really good if you've got a stone that's got a small gem that you know you can't get your wire through, if you've got an undrilled stone or don't want to use it. It's really good for that. We've also got how to do a tassel pendant where we just cage all around it with sections of weave. We've got a bangle and I think there's something else on there, but I can't remember what it is.
Get it home for a little treat and see what
but it's got. A little bit more, it's to give you a bit more of a challenge, really, that one.
That's wonderful, that's great. And if you have got any gemstones that maybe the holes are slightly too small, then this is the DVD to show you how you can create beautiful pieces, even if that is the case. It's just £4.95 today. Let's take you to our Wirework special star buy. It is your star buy for our Wirework special, and it is the one, the only one-step loopers. Take a little look at these for me. This is such a simple to use tool. If you are looking at creating lots of your own findings, lots of your own eye pins, then this honestly is your one-stop shop. It's your one place to do it. Simple, it's quick, and it's ridiculously easy to do. And once you do it, you've got the symmetry. Every single one will be perfectly the same. If you're looking at creating maybe the rosary style necklaces, I know that you need a lot, don't you? You need to head pin off a lot. This is genuinely done in seconds. You can create a pair of earrings with this faster than I've seen anyone create them with a normal pair of maybe round nose pliers. Very simply, you can see on the picture, and if you look at the loops, what you do is through the upper hole you'll see in the actual mouth, you just feed a long piece of wire through. And then what you can do is, once you're once it's stepped in there, it will snip itself at the end once you push it down. So that will then snip itself. Strand on your wonderful gemstones, and then as you close them, the handles together, not only will it trim the shape of the wire, but it also pull it into the perfect shape, the perfect eye pin shape. And it's wonderful too because you have a picture, diagram and instructions on the back, so that if you do get it home and think, oh, I can't remember exactly how to use these, don't worry, it has it all on the back. What I might do, Kirsty's suggesting, is give this to you so you can have a go with it.
Okay.
So you can maybe have a little play with it. Oh, did you say me have a go? Oh, what a nightmare. What now? I don't think we've got time, have we?
Let me get you some wire and some cutters.
Got some, what's this? Oh yeah, I'll use the cutters as well. Handy pandy.
1mm wire. And these are eye cutters, but
great.
you can use them if you want.
I'll give these a go as well. Just going to take off a little bit. I don't want to use it all up. Butter. That's what that's like.
That's 1mm wire that you just cut there as well.
Oh, I thought that was 0.8. 1mm. That's so simple, isn't it? So really simply, hang on, how do I do this backwards? I'm lefty as well. It's pretty tricky, but we'll work it out. So I pop it through the hole here, and I just really simply, it'll stop in place. And then what you do is, I'm gonna have to turn it to the side now, sorry guys. What you do is, you loop it round, and your loop is completed for you. Hang on, let me show you again. I'll show you it on this side. So you pop it through, and that snipped it for me then, sorry you missed that. And then you pop it through here, and I'm just squeezing it together. You can see, squeezing it around here, and then your loop is literally created for you. You're going to get so much symmetry with this, and also it's wonderful because you're going to be able to, every single one of your head pins is going to be the same, which is sometimes tricky with
it is. It takes a lot of experience and practice to get those loops consistent, you know. So to have it all done for you there, it saves you a lot of time, and it's also really good if you are somebody who likes everything to be really specifically perfect, you know. For you, it's perfect for that.
It's so simple to use. It snips, and you saw me snipping it then. That's the 1mm wire. Again, it cuts through it like butter. So simple. Let's take a look at the price on this today. It's £24.95. That's all you're going to be paying for the one-step looper today. It is a star buy because it's a star of a tool. It really, really is. £24.95 for a one-step looping plier is really simple. Thank you. And just think, you could sit there for the evening and make yourself your own eye pins. If when you get, maybe you see on here loads of eye pins and you see, oh, I'll buy the pack, you can make your own with this. You don't need to buy eye pins off us anymore. But it's our Wire Work special and it's a star buy. So £24.95 is the price it's always been, really. It's just the price it is. Lowest price ever. We're gonna do now. £17.95. I told you it was a star tool at a star price. It's just £17.95 for you today. It is a brilliant, it's a lowest price you've ever been able to get this at before. Honestly, do get it at home, take it home. If you think to yourself, well, I don't really use head pins that much, I bet you probably use them more than you think you do. I really do. Because of course, you'll use them for things like your drop earrings, but also you'll use them as connectors, don't you, a lot?
Yeah, and like you say, if you do want to make a nice linked chain, using the 1mm wire because that's nice and strong, you could just literally have it linked and it takes you seconds. It's so much quicker for you, you know, and it's time consuming doing all of that.
And actually, if you love our gemstone chains, you can make your own with this, can't you?
Yeah.
17.95. That's all you're going to be paying. It hasn't been that low. It's just $17.95, and it's so simple. Even I could do it. Do treat yourself to this now, because it's such a great deal. After this break, I'm going to be joining Laura Binding for her magically floating pendant. I'll see you after this short break.
Join jewellery maker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Today I've been on the Wirework for Beginners course, and it's been really helpful to me. I've bought wire and I've bought tools and not really had the confidence to use it because I'd feel like I was wasting it. So to come along and be shown exactly what to do and have one-to-one tuition has been brilliant for me, and it's really given me the confidence to go ahead with my jewellery making now.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Gripping the end of the wire with your round nose pliers, make a small loop. Then, taking your flat nose pliers, place the loop in the jaw of the pliers and press down. Slowly bring your wire round in a half circle motion. You'll need to do this bit by bit and tease the wire into place. You may need to keep adjusting your pliers. Repeat the process until you have your desired effect.
Tune in to the Miss It Miss Out show every day between 5 and 9 p.m. for our New Year's sale. We'll be going to low prices that you won't want to miss. All stock must go. The New Year's sale. Miss it and you'll miss out.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker and Designer Inspirations. We have had a sellout already on our brand new tool, the new snips that we had in, and we've got plenty of people getting on the line still for our one-step loopers. Not surprised at all. We've had people asking for a more in-depth demo. This is why I'm not a guest designer, you see. I just did it for myself and I was like, yeah, I can do that. So I challenge you, Laura. I will challenge you shortly. I will use the one-step pliers, the one-step eye-pin creator, and I challenge you
to make one quicker.
To make one quicker.
Okay.
But I don't want you to, not like when you're playing chess with a child and you let them win. I want you to do it properly.
Trust me, I'm not going to let you win. Never even crossed my mind.
Right, so we'll see. We will see. We'll do a little challenge off in a bit. It is Designer Inspiration, so we're going to be showing you how to make an absolutely stunning pendant. And I will do some more questions for you in this time as well. I'll do some more of the Q&As. So text us in, 60777JM Studio, start your text with. Or you can also message us in at JewelleryMaker.com. You will see there all the info that you need to message in any questions that you may well have. First off, let me offer you the kit. 20 metres total, 10 of your 0.4 and 10 metres of your 1mm in this golden colour. As well as this, you will also be getting your gemstones. You've got in here these wonderful faceted quartz. They're faceted in such an interesting way, almost a helter-skelter-like effect. Take a look at these for me. These are your faceted rounds. This is 70 carats worth. You're getting in these wonderful faceted 6mm ovals. You're also going to be getting, I absolutely love this strand.
I just love that bundle.
It is a great bundle, in fact. Yeah. Look at this strand for me. 160 carats. It's clear quartz with frosting. But if you have a look, the frosting itself is stopping in a polka dot formation. If I show you like this, it's slightly better. Can you see? Can you see there? The areas that these aren't frosted, they're completely clear. And then these wonderful polka dot areas. I think it's such a stunning strand. 8mm, these wonderful gemstones are. And lastly, but by no means at all leastly, I'm going to have to show you this strand separately because honestly, it's too special to miss out on. Can I move my hand away? That's all right, don't worry. You've got in here, when we had a look at it earlier on, Kirsty said, wow, is that topaz? It's not, but the way it looked, the angle that we were looking at, it did have that appearance almost, because when you see topaz in the drops that are faceted, it does have this appearance. These are so beautiful. Take a look for me. You have got on this 95 carats of your graduated pears. 15 by 10mm up at the end here, all the way to around 27 by 16mm. I'm just taking a really serious look at these. They are perfect. The clarity is something of wonderment. And when you see exactly what Miss Spellbinding herself has done with these, you will appreciate that more, let's say. With this design, we are not going to be covering up this gemstone at all. It's a really special design. I'm so excited to show it to you, and it's not even my piece. So you've got the 3 strands. You've got this wonderful faceted pear drops. You've got your twisting faceted quartz, and you have these part frosted polka dot quartz strand as well. So 160 of the frosted, 95 of the clear in the pears, and 70 of the twisted ovals. As well as your 2 gauges of wire. The price on this should be £35.95. That's the price it should be. Take a look at this stone here. Isn't that absolutely breathtaking? Look at the size of this. When you see what Laura B has done with this, honestly, it's breathtaking. It's something so fab. Let's give you a fab price, shall we? should have been over £35 until today. It's just £26.95. 3 strands that are absolutely exceptional, and 20 metres worth of your wire in the 1mm and your 0.4 gauge gold coloured wire. You're getting 3 exceptional strands. The clarity in these pieces, the wonderful polka dot attribute, and this absolute stunning twist oval effect, something not to be missed. What a quacking saving as well. It's just £26.95, and that is all today. So you said that you absolutely loved this, the stones in this.
I did.
Why?
Oh, just so pretty and sparkly and pretty.
I like that. They are, though.
That's all
aren't
it
they?
is. It's just, you just want to. It actually took me a while to really think about what I wanted to do with these, because they were so beautiful. I wanted to really not hide the beauty of the stones, but sort of do something really special with them. So I was just literally playing about, and that's when I came up with the pendant. I've done a couple of sort of simple things as well. I've done 2 variations of the pendant. That's a really bling version of it, and then I've done a slightly less blingy version of it.
Which one are you going to be showing us
They're both
today?
the same. I'm going to show that pendant, but I did one with and one without the extra stones.
I want you to have a little look. This is why I've been saying all show. Honestly, when you see this, it's going to show off your gemstone perfectly, because take a look at this pendant. It's completely clear, because unlike most pendants, you would have the wire coming at the back, wouldn't you, to hold it in place, to secure it, in which case you'd be able to see the wire through here.
Yeah, you would see anything through there because the clarity is so brilliant on it.
Yeah.
Anything, even just one little flash of wire, you would see that through the back of that pendant.
Normally that is what you would be able to see, but the way you've wire wrapped this, it does look like it's floating.
Yeah, it's just got that little real sparkle in the middle, and I think because it's got the gold around it, it really enhances the stone.
Definitely.
A lot of
agree
times
with
people
that.
are a bit concerned about putting gold with a clear stone. They naturally tend to want to put silver with it.
Yeah.
But gold actually does go beautifully with the clear as well, and in fact it adds to it because the gold goes through it.
I agree with that completely. Just want to let you know, sorry to interrupt.
No.
Web bidders, we can see that there's about 20 of you who are not checking out right now, but we have got a queue of people on the phone, so it's really important you check out now. You can check out as many times you want throughout the day. It's not a problem. You don't have to pay extra postage and packaging. So please do that now for your own security. It's just £26.95. You've got almost a £10 saving on this deal today, so do check it out whilst you can.
The stones in themselves are just stunning.
Isn't it?
It's just, I'm in love. And I did do a really simple pendant just wrapped with the wire. I didn't add any extra wire, but you can see now why I said if you had the opportunity to get that 0.4 100 metres of it, then get that 100 metres of it, because you're going to want it. But I just wanted to show that actually you can do a really simple pendant and just really,
and it really
enhance the beauty of it.
Yeah.
Obviously,
take a look at that one. It's stunning.
I did cheat and.
So easy to do, isn't it?
Yeah, so simple. I did add a little bit of chain to that, but that's just to show you the
what you can do. So that's on this pendant over here.
Just look, it's so pretty.
Isn't it stunning?
Okay, and what's really nice about the quartz is that it comes with these little sort of glass tubes as well, and that's what I just used to make the earrings. This I just used.
They are. I love those earrings
they're
as
just
well.
Cute, they're just simple.
They're so adorable.
Wire threaded through both of them. That's all it is. And you know, I just wanted to try and make a feature of everything, but I wanted to show you that all of the stones do go together.
Yes.
You know, that they can all be worked into one piece as well, but we are actually going to show the pendant.
Wonderful, brilliant.
So I'll let you have that. You can have a roll a bit later on, actually.
You can have a what with it?
A roll.
Oh yeah, I like that as well. Thanks.
So
isn't that so eye-catching?
I just love it. It's just beautiful. I love them all. Choose a stone. Any stone.
Any
go for the biggest, obviously. Obviously, we work together too much.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And what's also nice is that you have these little tiny silver beads as well. Keep them, because that's what I used for the earrings as well.
That's great.
So, you know, keep it all. And you've got your tassels, if you like tassels. Okay, so I'm just going to move that out of the way. So I'm going to let you look after that for the moment.
Oh, you are so trusting.
I am.
Stunning.
Right. Let's just get these wires opened quickly. Okay, so the trickiest part to this pendant is the beginning part with the framing. Because what we need to do is create a cradle for this to sit in.
Yeah.
Okay, now these are drilled, but the beauty is they're drilled right at the very top, and it is literally right at the very top. So that was what enables me to be able, because you can see it's right up there. Yeah. And that's what enables me to be able to have that amount of clear stone showing, because I've got it secured in still. I used that drill hole, I haven't used any magic, you know, but it holds it in. Yeah. So, starting off with the 1 mil wire, what I want to do is place my stone down, and I'm actually just going to, what I want is enough wire to go around the stone, but also to have access to do the wire weaving and decoration around it as well. Okay, so this is all done from 3 wires. Okay, so again, you know, I'm like, I'd rather have too much and not enough.
Definitely better.
So I'm just gonna cut a long length, probably about 1/2 meter's length. I have got a large stone, to be fair. You know, I've used 2 different size stones in that, and I've done 2 pendants, one where I added stones to the bell and one where I didn't, and that's the only difference that I've done. Okay, we'll want 3 of these.
I've got half of my stock gone on this completely, just under half left now. Got about 47% left of my stock. So please get your hands on this now. You get the 3 stunning strands of the beautiful quartz gemstones, and you're going to be getting 20 meters worth of wire. You've got the chance to create all of these stunning pieces, including, as we were discussing earlier, this really simple drop.
Yeah.
As we'd said earlier on, the really simple drop.
Just one and, yeah.
So get your hands on this now. Treat yourself today.
Okay. Right. So what I'm going to do is, holding the 3 pieces of wire together, I want to sort of find the centre of it. Now I want these wires to all sit next to each other, nice and flat next to each other. Hold it like that, you can see. Okay, so taking my 0.4 wire. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just keep it from on the reel. I'm going to try and do as much of this on the reel as I can. It just, this will take up quite a lot of the wire. Okay. I did do both I did everything that's there out of this 10 metres. So I did 2 pendants and I did some just plain decorative as well.
Yeah. But if you want the more,
the 100, that's why I said I always go for...
Still got some of the 100 metres left. We've got some of the 100 metres left. And it was, we priced it to $9.95, that's what I thought. Yeah. $9.95 for 100 metres worth, so we have still got some of that. Do check out, please. I've got 20 exactly left of this kit. It's only £10 saving today, £26.95.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I've got my 3 wires sat nice and flat. I've got a tiny little tail, and I'm just going to use that and hold it all together. So, and all I'm going to do is wrap. So I'm going to have to lift this up because I just need it to be a bit higher. So I'm just going to wrap it a couple of times. Now what will happen is when you wrap, it's not very neat and the wires are bunching up, but that's fine. Sort of move it along with your fingers. Take your flat nose pliers and just give it a little squidge. And then that will straighten that up straight away. Okay, so I'm just doing this a couple of times. So straighten and just flatten it, and just flatten these wires. You want these wires to be sitting nice and flat. Okay, now this is actually just keeping it all together really. Okay. So you can do this as long or as short as you want. If you want it to be decorative and have it along the whole of the bottom of the pendant, then you can. It's completely up to you. As long as the wires are held together, that's the function of this part. Okay, so I'm just going to do a couple more. Okay, so when I want to cut this wire, this is quite important because this wire is going to be cut and it's going to be on the same side and it's going to go on the inside of the stone. So that means that there'll be no sharp edges on the outside. Brilliant. So, it's so nice to be able to use my flush cutters now.
Oh yeah, you can use them. You don't have to hide them under the table.
The beauty of these is because they're fine pointed, you can get in quite small places as well.
That's great.
Okay, so I'm going to lift this up very slightly. So if I turn it to the side, what I want to do is cut it. So if you can see, you can just about see it there. I'm just going to flatten this. When I flatten it, you'll be able to see it clearer. How it's only halfway up the inside. Can you just see it there?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do the same on the other side. And the reason being then there's no sharp edges sticking out over the edge.
Yeah.
When you flush cut that, that's just going to be on the inside, nice, and the two ends are cut there. Okay, and then that's going to be turned like that, so that on the outside there's no sharp edges.
Wonderful.
Okay, this is the trickiest part of all.
Okay.
This part. I'm going to just gently mould it round. You can still move that little bind about, so if you find it's moved down the wire and you want to move it along, then that's fine. So just form it with your fingers.
Yeah.
Okay, and what I want to do is open out the ends and interlock them. So I've got them all opened out, and I just want them all to just kind of interlock with each other. Okay, that makes sense there? So they're all interlaced, so if I can show that, it's quite a good, hopefully a good way of showing it.
Like your fingers.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I've never thought of saying that before.
I get it.
So it's just, interlocking. Okay, you don't want to do anything with it yet, just want to get it into position.
Yeah.
So what you want to do then is pop your pendant in, and I'm going to be doing this a little bit rushed, but try to take the time, because this is how you get that nice finished look. This is the most important part. You want that pendant to sit in it.
Yeah.
So keep moulding it. Trust you to choose the biggest pendant.
Yeah, of course it is.
Trust you. Okay, so again, I'm just popping it in. And just moulding it around. That's it. So now I'm
slightly further up.
Sorry.
That's great, thank you.
So, I mean, I'm just getting it so I've got the shape roughly around it, okay? It doesn't have to be exact, it's just as long as it'll go around.
I see.
So just relace my fingers.
I've got single figures of my kit left, everybody, so please do not risk it. It's your last chance, almost £10 saving today, and you're getting the 3 strands of quartz, including that beautiful polka dot, these stunning ones that we're using here now, that really, to highlight this floating like pendant design, you really do want to get your hands on this one, don't you?
Yeah, it's just gorgeous. I was just so chuffed when I opened it up and saw it. It was beautiful. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this on the actual reel again.
Yeah.
And what I want to do is, at the back of the frame, I've got 2 wires that are basically crossed over. Turn it to the side, you'll be able to see.
Yep, I can see.
So what I want to do is just any one of these. I'm just taking my, holding it again with the little tail. What I want to do is just wrap. I'm actually telling a big lie, I'm going to cut it off the reel.
Okay.
Because I can't add the stone otherwise. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap it. And I've wrapped it about 3 to 4 times.
Yeah.
And slide that down, okay? This is going to be the back of your pendant, so this is going to disappear into the back of your work.
Yeah.
Okay? Then I want to add my stone on. The beauty of the 0.4 is it will go through all of the stones.
Wonderful.
Now position this so that you've got it exactly how you want it to sit. And then what you want to do, this is a bit tricky, but once you've got this into place, it's fine. You want to just attach it. So if I can just hold that up now, so I've got it into place.
Yeah.
And what I want to do is attach it to the other wire at the back. So that's just that outer wire. So the pair that we had is just the other side.
Yep.
Okay, so just
around that one.
Yep, just around that one, because that's just going to hold the stone in place, and then it'll be held in place with the weaves and things after that, but that just gives it that security.
Just to get you started off.
Yeah. So I know I'm holding my hands over it, and I do apologise, I just need to get a good grip on this to get it nice and close. But if you can see there, I've got it sort of pulled it nice and close.
I can see.
Yeah, you stood right next to me.
There you are,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, I just probably undid my wrap then, but that's okay. It's because obviously I'm holding this completely back to front. You won't be holding it like this. And you'll be able to see exactly what you're doing. So I've got it around once and twice. If you can leave yourself enough wire to do the bail brilliantly, but if you haven't, don't worry too much. Okay, it's just twice is enough. It's just to hold it into place. When I put it like this, it's not looking majorly neat at the moment, but it's secure and it's on.
Yes.
And you can still adjust those wires about a little bit. Okay?
Yes.
So, at the back, pull the wires very slightly so that they just very slightly go over the back of the pendant, the very top of the pendant. So I've got them crossed only very slightly, going over the back of the pendant.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and then the middle ones are going to cross each other, and the front ones we're going to do the same again. Cross them over so that they cross ever so slightly over the front of the pendant.
Yeah.
And this will start to catch and hold the top of the pendants. If you can see,
I can see, yeah.
it's only slightly,
it's held,
but it's holding it. Okay. So then with those ones, we'll just move them down and out of the way at the moment because we don't really need them. And this is going to look a little bit mad at the moment. When you look at this, you've got wire everywhere, so don't worry about it. It will all come together.
Okay.
The two in the middle are going to form the bail. So these two here that are in the middle, so if you see down the side view there, I've got
the ones in the middle.
The ones right in the middle there.
Yeah.
They're the ones we're going to be using. Okay?
I can see.
So I want them to just basically go right as close to the top of the stone as you can. Pop my pliers in. I'm just gently using them to just bring them to a straight edge.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, I've got enough wire here. If you're working from the reel, all you had to do was put the pendant on first. That's all I had to do, was I forgot to put the pendant on first.
I see, okay.
And then I'm going to just do a simple woven bail. Okay? I have shown this several times before. I will explain it. So I've just wrapped my wire around the bottom of the two bail wires, just to hold them together. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So now, what I want to do is just spread them out a little bit. Now, if you want this to just be a nice, simple, straight, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this without adding the stones.
Okay, yeah.
But, because we add the stones a bit later on, but
right,
if you want to add the stone, you just literally put a stone on and continue to weave. It's all you do. So this gives you, you can have these however you want. I think I did it so that they were quite close together. It just makes a different look to the weave.
Yeah.
But basically, we're going to go around one wire once.
Yeah.
Around it again and through the middle.
Yeah.
Over to the other side. Around the top wire once.
Yeah.
Back around it again into the middle and over to the other side.
So it's essentially a double of 8, a figure of 8.
Yeah, it's
but instead of doing just one loop, you do an extra loop.
Yep. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just very quickly, and a little trick, if these wires are close together, is to simply kick out the top, and that will give you an open space to weave through.
I see.
So you'll see now, if I do it quickly, how easier that is, because I've got a gap to go straight through. Okay.
That's really easy, yeah.
It's really easy. And then just keep going along. So I do this super quick. Okay.
Speedy Gonzalez. But the thing is, you can do this, because I do this one at home, and you know, I'm by no means an expert with wire work. For me, wire work is something that I very much have to be in the mood for. But honestly, it is that quick and easy. It's not just because she's an absolute pro. Once you've done it a few times, you do just get into the rhythm of it. It's so quick and easy to do.
And the good thing is that these wires are close together, so I haven't got a gap to fill in. Don't be afraid to hold the weave. I'm actually holding the weave now. And what you'll notice, every time I do it, I push it down.
Yeah.
Every time, just push it nice and close and just keep going until you've got basically the length of what will be the bail. And that's including it being folded over as well.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so we're not going to do anything fancy with it. Just going to keep it nice and simple. So just keep going like this.
It is really simple to do, and
okay, you can see how quick that sort of...
It does, it builds up quick.
Builds up
I love
really
that
quick.
instant gratification, isn't it?
Yeah.
It just happens so quickly. I want to let you know at home that I have, how many left? 4 left of these.
I don't think I'm going to be getting one there.
And I don't think you're going to be able to get your hands on another one, to be honest. So please, I've got my final 4. If you haven't checked out your basket, it's imperative you do so now. It's almost £10 we're saving on this today. It's just £26.95 for you. Got 4 of them left. You're getting 3 strands of the stunning quartz, including these large pieces that we're working with here. 20 meters of your wire in the 2 separate gauges. So please check out now, ring in now. If you wait till the end of the hour, you more than likely will completely miss out. So do not be disappointed. Get this winging its way to you, and in a few days you'll be able to create this magical floating pendant as well.
Like I say, even if you don't want to do anything complicated, if you don't do a lot of wire work, don't be put off of the kit, the bundle, because if you just want to do something simple, you know, you don't need to go over the top with this.
Well, this one that you've done is so simple that we were discussing earlier.
Yeah, because it's just easy. It's just wrapped around the top.
Yeah.
And you could give that as a gift to somebody of any age as well. I think that's quite ageless, because sometimes, you know what I mean, there's like older people might feel like, oh, I don't want to wear something like that. But I think anybody would wear that.
Ageless. Definitely.
Okay, you could really bling that up with one of the, making a stone necklace like that.
Oh yeah, and add
could really, yeah.
You can.
Anyway, so now you can see it's starting to take a little bit of shape. It's holding itself a little bit better now. The trickiest part really is that setting, holding it and getting it sort of locked in. As you can see, it's not perfect by any means, but it's in there. Yeah. Okay, I've got a height of a bail.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to look at what will be the front. So remember, what will be the front? The back will be the side that we added the wire on to attach to the actual stone itself.
Yeah.
So if you've got 2 little wraps, we don't want that side. We want to go from the front, which is the other side. Okay. So now, if you can have a little look, play about with these wires just a tiny bit. Make sure that they are kind of just slightly going over the front. Not loads, just enough to just steady it and secure it a little bit. Because what can happen is, because it is just wrapped like this, if it isn't sort of caught a little bit by these wires, then the stone will actually move, could still sort of do that.
Yes.
So you don't want it to do that.
No.
I will say, but also it actually looks quite pretty just like that.
I do like it.
If you
like
can
that.
secure it.
That looks pretty, yeah.
So you can keep it really simple if you want. Anyway, what I'm going to do now is my 2 wires from the side are both coming across like this. So I'm going to use this set first.
Yeah.
Again, I just tend to work from the right side first, so there's no wrong or right. If you're left-handed and you want to work from this side, that's totally fine. It's just how I tend to work. I don't know why, I seem to do it on all my work. I just start
I'm a lefty and I always start on my left.
Yeah.
So maybe
that's what it is.
Just the way you work.
Okay, so if you could cut some of these for me.
No problem.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bit of a variation of the weave that we've just done. So this is done on the same theory, but what I'm going to do is wrap 5 times around the base wire and go over the other side. 5 times along that side, over to the other side. Just gives it a bit of a different look.
I like that idea.
So what I'm going to do is again start off by anchoring on. If you've got any little tails, take the chance to move them now.
I see.
If you can see, straight in, and then that's going to be gone. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm again keeping my wire on the reel.
Yeah.
And just add it on to the back, just because it's going to be a bit easier. I'm just going to go. So I'm going to go straight to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then over to the other side. So I want this to have a bit of a gap between it, because I'm going to add these beads and they're going to sit in between.
Sit in there.
So the way that they come across the pendant, if you can see just there, it naturally has that nice gap anyway. So I'm just going to go across, over to the other side, and bring it across. Now I'm holding this whole stone, holding these wires into place, because if I pull this, it's going to come across the front.
I see.
So you do have to make sure you're holding the wires to the side carefully.
So whichever one you're working on, make sure that's the one you really...
Yeah, and make sure you're sort of holding it all nice and secure. You can use masking tape.
Yeah, that's good tip.
If you use masking tape, just wrap it, once you're happy with the position of it,
just wrap
a little bit of masking tape around the whole of it, and you'll take it off. It won't mark the stone, it won't mark the wire.
Wonderful. Okay.
So I'm going to go 1. Again, this is one where we should have added the stones on first before I started the weave.
But that's fine.
But that's
it's
fine.
It's a good way to show us both.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I haven't. 4, 5, can then have a stone.
So you do 5 wraps, add a stone and go across.
Well, I'm just starting at the moment. What I'll do now is I've just done one, so I'm just adding it on. So what I'm going to do is go 1, 2, just going to get this so I'm comfortable with it a minute. 3, 4, 5. Over to the other side. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Over to the other side. So I have 2 lines between each stone.
I see.
So now I'm going to go.
Why is that?
Just because I thought it looked pretty.
Makes it sit nicely as well, doesn't it?
I just wanted you, otherwise, if you don't have a nice little gap, you'll start to see it just be a selection of stones.
Yeah.
I wanted to make it look nice and have that flash of a weave going across it as well. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now I've done it on that side. Can you pop a stone on there?
Absolutely can. It's a lovely large hole in these stones, isn't there?
Yeah, they're lovely. Straight across to the other side. And just continue that. So this is going 1. And I'm still pushing it nice and close. 3, 4, 5. Over to the other side. 1, 2. So you would just keep doing this. 3, 4, 5. And you just add, and I think I added 5 to 6 beads depending on the stone, size of the stone. So I think on the larger one I added 6 beads down, and on the smaller one I only added 5. So 1, 2, 3.
I see, to get the different sizes.
4, 5, and then I would add another stone on now. Okay, so
I'll do it for you.
Oh,
if
you do
like.
it for
Yeah,
me.
go on. So you can keep your hands all in the right place.
Yeah. Okay, so you can see, and you can see how quickly that builds up. And if I can show you it from the front part now, so you can see how it looks. And I just think it looks nice. I just think it gives a bit of extra detail. So I'll just attach this stone and then we'll do a bit of imaginating. Imaginating?
Imagination time.
I was thinking, imaginate. I still can't say it.
Imaginary. What are you trying to say?
I don't know. My mind's morphing.
Imagery. Imagine?
Yeah, imagine imagery, yeah. It's not morphing.
Okay. I like it.
Right.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Okay. So that would be done all the way down. Okay, and then what you do is actually, using your hand, I'm actually going to bring it just slightly across the front of the stone. So it's framing the front of the stone now.
Yeah.
So if you see that there, and see how I actually want it, there we go.
I see.
To actually come across the front of the stone. Only slightly, but that just catches it again. Okay.
Security
just
there,
securing
but you've still
it.
got the floating effects, haven't you?
That's
but it's
right.
Just that's a really good holding base for it. I've got double figures. No, I've got 2 of these kit left. So please, who will be the last 2? Get your hands on this. Always £10 off today. You're getting this wonderful inspiration, 3 strands of your quartz, and 20 meters worth of your gold coloured copper wire in the 1mm and the 0.4, and of course you're getting all the gems that we're working with here right now, as well as the polka dot ones.
Okay, so now I would have done that all the way down to there. What I'm doing now is I've just brought the top one.
Yeah.
So this wire here, so it's gone all the way, this one here.
Yeah.
I'm just folding it at the back, and I'm just going to do the tiniest of loops, tiny. So you can hardly see it, but that's, again, just brought my wire back in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I see.
And it's very slightly securing it.
Lovely.
But when you turn it over this way, you won't see it.
You won't see it.
Now, make sure that this little wrapped section doesn't twist, so it stays flat.
Okay.
So just use your pliers to re-flatten that, so it sits more like that.
Okay.
Okay, so you can just see that. Okay, so now I'm just going to push these wires out of my way, and I've got these wires to work on.
Okay.
So with these ones, it's now just about sort of building it up. So what I wanted, if I can just take one of the pendants and just have a, can I just grab one of them? Either way, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Thank you, I'll just grab it here. Okay, so what we've done on this is, all I did on the bail, well, like I said, is I added beads as I went along, exactly the same as that, but just randomly. Okay, so we've done this section here. So now I've got these wires here. I didn't want to overbalance it or offload it, so now I'm just going to do a bit of weaving to bring it back. So you can see here, these wires here, are going to be these 2 wires here, where the weave is, underneath the coiled section. This is actually the woven section, and that's what these wires are here.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to bring them together. Again, working from the reel. You can do this because if you wanted to add the beads like that, all I'd do was thread the beads on first, and then you can still work from the reel.
I just want to let you know, sorry again for interrupting.
No, you're
people
fine.
are asking, I've got quite a few people asking apparently. Silver wire 0.4, we can't find it. We have none in stock at the moment. Really sorry to say that. There are still 2 of these kits left, so please do treat yourself to it now. It's just £26.95.
Okay, so you can
when
see
we get the 0.4 silver in, we'll let you know. But at the moment, it's not on order. We haven't got any in stock at the moment.
Okay, so you can see, you can still tweak it about a little bit, okay? So now, if you look here, what I've done with these 2 wires is I'm actually just going to cross them, okay? And that just gives me a sort of a nice V shape, okay? And what you do by that, again, is you're just pulling this framework a little bit tighter. So again, take that time to make sure you can even bend them out a little bit, just to hold the back of the actual stone. Okay, so you could do that if you want, but you've got to be careful, don't do it too much. You don't want that wire to show through, because it's so easy for just the tiniest splash of wire, and you can see it. I mean, that's a 0.4 wire, and you can,
if you hold it
if I can hold it there,
yeah,
see how easy that is. So you, anything you do, you really want to try and make sure it doesn't show. Okay, so these wires are crossed, and I'm just going to tweak it because I don't want a really wide weave. So if I'd left it like that, then obviously that's going to be a really sort of wide weave. But doing it exactly the same on this as you did here. It's the exact same weave as the basket weave.
Okay.
Okay, but it looks different because it's
got the gap.
Got the gap. So again, taking a little tail wire, I'm just going to wrap around both those wires to hold them together. Kick out the ends of this and just do the weave. Now what you can do, because if you're finding it a bit difficult to work on it like that, is you can straighten it out. So you've got it like that. And just work with it like that, because you can sort of position it after. So I'm just literally doing this, but I want to keep the gap. So what you'll find is if you pull this wire too hard, if I did this, it's going to start bending it out of shape.
Yeah.
You don't need to pull it really tight. And what I do is I actually hold it in my hand, I actually hold the weave, and it keeps those base wires nice and steady and secure. So if you can see there, I'm doing that, move it across, but it's keeping it steady. Okay, and you can just do this, obviously with a bit more time than what I'm doing. Okay. And you would just keep doing this. You don't have to do this weave if you don't want to. You could do the weave that we were just doing, but without the stones.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do something a bit different. I just find it quite a nice one to sort of decorate with. It's one of my favourite weaves to do.
It's just easy, isn't it? And it's so effective.
It's the effectiveness of it, I think.
It really is so effective.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so what you would do is keep doing this until you can start measuring it and sort of have a look at it. How is it sitting? So even just doing that little bit, it's actually nearly halfway down the stone now.
Yeah.
Oh, should not have worn a holy cardigan.
It's going to be even holier now.
Again, take this chance to just snip rid of that tiny base wire. Yeah. Not base wire, sorry, the weaving wire. Okay, so now you can start to see how it's starting to shape and take form, because you start moulding it and getting it to sort of really hug it.
Yeah.
Now that's happened there because I was rushing to do this weave bit.
I know.
But it still doesn't affect the look of it. You can still see that clarity of that stone.
Yeah.
So it's just about taking that time. And if you think, actually, that'll probably blend into the design anyway, so don't think, oh, I've done it wrong. Just go with it, really. Yeah. Okay, so now, again, we're going to have to do a bit of imagining. That's what I was going for.
Imagining. Is that a word, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it is.
Oh yes, of course, past tense, I was imagining, yes.
Yes, I was imagining. That's right. Right, anyway. So then this would be woven all the way down to here. Now we can start cutting some of these wires. So I'm just going to cut this one wire here, which is the one that's coming from the weave. I'm only going to cut it quite sort of short. What I want this one to do is just literally wrap around. Bear in mind this would have been all woven, so you've got something to anchor into.
I see.
This isn't one that I could really stage for you though, because it's so much you can do.
It's very continuous.
Yeah, it's very
isn't it?
continuous. So you've got it like that, and then you've got this one. Turn it to the side so it's actually just sort of holding the stone. So if you can see, it's turned to the side now.
Yeah, hugging it.
Hugging it. They're friends. Okay, and then that one's just been sort of cut and sort of hidden into there. Make sure it's secure.
Yeah.
Okay, now these wires, basically all I do with these is I want to just do some sort of coiling really. So if you look at this one here, if it shows it a little bit better, if I can show you at the back, you can see exactly what has happened. I've done that little loop to bring that wire back over there, but this wire here that's coiled is actually going to be this wire here, which is the other wire to the weave that we were doing just a second ago. So keeping your wire continuous, keeping it on there, you can then hand coil. So by hand coiling, again, don't be afraid to sort of pull it out and just literally move the wires. That's the good thing about having the 1 mil, is you can move them, they can take being moved, they won't break.
Yeah.
Okay, and just to hand coil, just literally wrap the wire around. And once you've got it, this is just going over a curve. And then once you get to a position where you can sort of start to do this. Okay, now don't do this, because if I now do that, can you see the lumps?
Yeah, you're getting all the lumps and bumps.
So if you're going to hand coil, you can do this, and it doesn't matter if they're not sitting next to each other properly.
You
scoot
squish
it up.
down.
Yep, and just scoot it up, all right? And that's all you do. And you would do that along the whole of that piece, or as long as you want it to.
Yeah.
And then bring that all the way back up the back, and you can let it show sort of there just to give that flash of detail as well. If you don't want to coil it, it still looks quite pretty just being plain.
Yeah, pretty idea.
The idea is that when it gets up to here, when it starts to go around the bail, you'll have a coiled effect.
Yeah.
Now, obviously we've still got that bail. So I'm just using my finger to form the bail. You can use bail making pliers as well if you want.
So when you're folding it over, that bail in height folded looks to me approximately 1.5 centimetres, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
so possibly 1 inch long in total, the weave, was it?
Yeah, it's just it will make it go over Viking,
bigger or
fits,
smaller,
leather, anything really. Yeah, however you want it to be. Bring it to the front. So what I've done is split the wires at the back of the sort of bail.
Yeah.
Split those wires and brought it to the front.
So again, they're hugging around in opposite directions.
Yes. Then cross them at the front, 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Now, snip them. And then just flatten them. The reason being, we don't really need them. If you want to do something with them, you can, but that's locked that bail into place. You can see it's locked in, and that wire work will be covered with some sort of coil anyway. All right, so this wire here is now, it's being coiled and it's going all the way at the back and wrapping around the bail.
I see.
And then with these ones, you keep one bare and one coiled. So again, you would hand coil one and just literally do that all the way up.
All the way around, yeah.
And bring that one up to the front and just sort of bring it across the front of the stone. So if I'm going to cut these weaving wires off now, because I don't want to confuse you. Okay, so that would say be coiled up to the front and around the bail. All of that would be coiled. That's what gives that coiled effect all the way around.
I see.
And you can do it right up to there if you want, and then keep one bare and position that however you want it to sort of be positioned. Bring it up as well, and then wrap that between the coils. And then when you're finished with that, simply cut all the wires at the back. So I know it looks a bit messy, but you can still get the idea of taking that time to coil it. cut the wires at the back. And this is the advantage if you've got the flush cutters. So you probably can't see, but they cut at an angle. Don't know if you can get in to see that.
I can see.
Okay, but they cut at a nice angle.
Stop here. They are cut at a nice angle.
And then when I sort of push them in.
See, now they're a little bit rough. I can feel them now.
Yeah, but all I'm doing with my pliers is just gently pushing them in.
So you're squidging them in.
And then they will just blend in.
And now you can't feel them at all.
Because they're a thicker wire and you've used the proper pair of cutters to smoothen it in, it just blends into the design. That won't pick up because it is a thick wire and you've squidged it down.
Yeah.
And you would do that with all 3 wires. Just cut them. And even though it's a bit of a rush, and even though it's sort of done very quickly, you can see that pendant's secure. When you look at it like that, you still
Really
see
beautiful.
the beauty. If those were coiled, you would get the effect. So I'm hoping that that kind of made sense.
Definitely.
But it's one of those that you need to just go with it. If you find a wire that isn't, I've said that wire should be there, and you think, well, mine isn't there, don't worry about it. Just coil it and then find a home for it. So
that's wonderful. And then at the back of it, you've just done your
it's
really,
just a
really
simple. If you've got chain, then use chain. I didn't have chains part of the kit. I only had 1 mil wire. If I'd have had 100 meters of 0.4 wire, I could have done a nice woven 2 pieces of 1 mil wire woven together, and then had that just hanging from it. So almost like the bail on that one over there, that simple small bail.
Yes, I see.
Just
I
weave
the
a
one
whole
over
section
here.
of that, and then have the pendant. That would look really nice.
That is absolutely stunning. Thank you very much, Laura B. It's so simple, so easy to do. I have literally 1 left of these kit. Who is going to be the last person to get it? Take a look at all these designs you can make here. Take a look at all of these goodies, because you can make all of this, and you only used 1 kit.
Yeah, I only used 1 kit. I used nearly all of the wire from it.
Yeah.
All of the 0.4 wire I used. I used a 1 mil wire to form all of that. I just wanted to show you that actually all these stones go beautifully together. And we were saying, weren't we, about that necklace, it could be a nice head bridal piece.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I see.
You want to challenge me, don't you?
Yes. We're going to be doing this in a second. I
Okay.
just want to ask you a few questions first off.
Okay.
Sent in from people at home. This is from Gloria. Glorious Gloria. It says, "Hi Becky, please could you ask if there's if there is a direct benefit of using copper-based wire instead of aluminium, or does it not matter?" That's from Gloria. Thank you very much, Gloria. Good question. Go on.
I don't really know. Most plated wires are always going to be copper cord, or if you get raw copper. There isn't an actual direct benefit. You do get, I don't know, to be honest, because I haven't really worked with aluminium wire. I know that with copper, or with sterling silver or anything like that, they do it in 3 different sort of cores.
Yeah.
So you have soft, half hard, or hard. And they are sort of self-explanatory, really. The soft one is, I think we have a lot of the soft cord wire at the moment. And even though that this is a 1 mil wire, it's still got such, you know, can use it really well.
Yeah.
If it was a hardcore, it would be a lot harder to manipulate. So I don't know. Personally, I don't think there's any really difference.
No.
To be honest with you.
That's wonderful. Great. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Gloria. I hope that answered it. Another one. Can you use 0.8 instead of 1 mil when making pendants?
You can, but I'll be totally honest. I tend not to, for a very simple reason.
Okay.
If I've got 2 pieces of wire here,
my kit has sold out, so the graphics will be going down now. Well done, whoever got that last one. You got a real good deal there. They've sold out now.
So you saw me doing the weave on the 1 mil wire.
Yep.
Now you can use the 0.8 wire.
Yeah.
But be aware that as soon as you start to do it, it won't do it for me now. It'll be perfectly good, I expect.
Of course it will.
But what will
It'll be
happen
really well
is,
behaved.
if I wanted to do, say, a weave, see how much harder it is. My wire straight away is moving.
Bending a little bit. Yeah, you're right.
You know, it's a lot because it's softer. It pulls a lot harder. Well, it's a lot easier to sort of pull out of shape. That being said, you can use it. Just be really confident and practice with your wires first, and really take your time if you're going to use 0.8.
Wonderful. Right, let's
Come on then.
One-step pliers. I'm going to use this one.
Yeah.
Just because it's in a different colour. Oh, brilliant. All right, I'll use this one. Okay, this is the one-step plier. We're going to race and then we'll show you exactly how to use them properly. So I want you everything down. I don't want you to just do
I'm
a loop.
straightening my wire. What have I got to do?
You've got to do an actual head pin, like the length of a head pin and everything. I don't want you to just
the
loop
length
that.
of a head pin.
Well, like this long.
Okay.
Okay, so you need cutters as well. Because my one-step looper does it all.
Okay, hang on a minute
Everything.
then. If we're going to go down that road, we move Mr. Springy Wire now.
Okay,
He's trying to
ready?
fight with. No, totally not ready.
I'm going to be using the one-step pliers. This is going to show you how to create your perfect head pin. We've each got a length of wire.
Straighten in mine.
We're going to need to snip it. It's going to need to loop. And that's as simple as it is. Let's go.
Oh no, you totally cheated.
Oh, do not be a sore loser.
I'm not.
Oh yeah.
And I'm done.
I'm done.
No, I said done first. I said done first.
Already done.
I already started
Right,
it.
let's do it again.
Hang on then. Hang on a minute. Right,
No,
ready?
I'm just flattening
Put it down.
to
Put your
yours.
tools down. And hang on a minute.
Okay.
You need to start on here because it's harder to pick up off the wire. There we go.
It's harder to pick
Yeah,
up.
because you've got to
Right.
flip it.
Well, you're in my way now. Go.
Oh no, you're so cheated.
Oh no! Oh no! Now I'm laughing. I'm done. I'm done. Yeah.
I think that's a draw.
Let's have a proper demo now. That was not a draw. Sore loser.
I
beat
think
you
one
both
each.
times.
I won you the first time.
So let's show a proper demo of how to do it. That's how quick it is. Now bear in mind, Laura Binding has been wire working for a very, very long time. So she's much faster than the usual human at being able to create head pins. I am not a wire worker at all. Did it? Beat you both times.
No, you beat me
Yes.
once.
No, I didn't.
No, you
I
beat me
you
once.
both times.
You beat me once.
Let's
We'll
see
watch
how
it
to
back
do
on
it.
the replay. You
Yeah,
beat me once.
because then you'll start crying because I beat you. Let's see how to do
Not letting
this.
you have my white chocolate now.
So, oh, that's unfair.
Yeah, go on.
So this is how exactly we will do it. You take
Okay.
through your piece. I wonder if I put my hand. There we go. How's this for teamwork?
Okay. I'm not being your teammate now.
Okay. So you pop
Okay.
your wire through. There's a hole in here that you'll be able to see.
Now the wire's going to cut this side, so this is the length that you want your wire, so make sure you've got enough length on this side here.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have a look,
So you can add beads onto this
Yeah.
section as well.
you can see that you've got this little pin here, the wire's underneath this pin, and it's been threaded through this tiny little hole here.
Yeah.
And now I'm doing this in reverse, so please
So
bear with me. Oh, I
Oh.
did that. No, that's because I was, yeah, it went
Did it
wrong.
in reverse.
Yeah, don't do it in reverse. Hang on, that's it, right, okay, so,
You
okay.
can't really see it on your black. There we go.
Right, got it?
So I'll hold it.
You
That'll
hold
make
it,
it
right,
easier. There we
ready?
go.
And then
Do
we're
this.
just going to all in one.
Scoop.
Ta-da.
And there you are. You have your curl head.
We're clearly not great.
Right, it just bent a
Right.
little bit then.
Right, let me
maybe
show you
can
it the
do
proper
it to
way.
yourself?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't help. Not only is she doing this back to front, but
see
she
a
actually
thing.
can't see what she's doing. So you
Right.
pop it through the hole like this,
Let's do it to the side.
and then do it to do it to the side. You'll be able to
Okay,
see
ready?
better now.
So,
there you are.
did it work? Oh my goodness, I can't.
Just do it to yourself.
It's so wrong. I'm so sorry.
it to yourself.
It's gone wrong. I'm so
Do it to yourself.
sorry. I'm sorry. We had this working earlier.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Just do it to yourself. Pretend the camera's not there. That's it. We've got it. That's it. There we go. We got there in the end. She was
so
doing
sorry.
it.
I'm so sorry.
And the wonderful thing is, every time you do this, it's going to be exactly the same, isn't it? I'm going to leave you to it. Right, so those are your one-step loopers. We did a price discount for you today. Just $17.95, and that's it. You've seen. I know. I do realise. Sections of it look difficult.
We had it working brilliantly before.
But it's only because she was doing it to the different cameras. On the back is instructions. It's dead simple. So it's £17.95. That is all for you today.
Why were you
I'm going to squeeze in a few more questions now. Do keep sending your questions and we'll get to some more later. This one is from Sonia in London. Hi Sonia. It says, Jewellery Maker Studio. Laura, can you use 0.25 wire to do double or treble Viking knit? Good question, Sonia.
You can, but I wouldn't. to be honest with you, because it's so I'm so sorry. It's so springy and soft. To be honest with you, it's really hard work.
Okay.
Really hard. So I would go for the 0.4. You'll get the same look, but it'd be a lot easier for you to use. I've tried to do a 0.25. You can, but it's so soft and springy, it kinks a lot easier, and it's going to take you twice as long. It's going to take a long, long time, especially if you're looking at doing a double or a triple, because it takes long enough.
Get yourself some 0.4, and we did have that 0.4 on earlier on. So you may as well treat yourself to that today, Sonia, because it was priceless, just £9.95. Take a little look on the website for that. Lowest ever price for the one-step looper, and really easy to use. We will be joining you. See, you can do it.
I can
We
do
will
it.
be joining Laura B more for her challenge later, but before that, great deals galore in my final hour after this short break.
Come and join guest designer Laura Binding on our intermediate wirework course. The aim of the course is to enhance your wirework skills and take your designs to the next level. You will learn more advanced weaving and binding techniques, which you can incorporate into your jewellery. The full course includes a selection of gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, a copy of the Wirework Tutorial DVD Edition 3, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just £79.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
We all know that you need the right tools for the job. So here at Jewellery Maker, we have developed our very own tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just £15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed Jewellery Maker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
Start with a ball-headed earring wire. Taking your round nose pliers, make a loop at the bottom of the head pin. Turn the wire around and then taking your flat nose pliers, push the wire towards the ball at the front. You will then have a right angle. Again, taking your round nose pliers, place them into the right angle and push all the way over. You will then have your finished shepherd hook.
Welcome back to Designer Inspirations. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. My name is Rebecca Redican, and this today, joining us, giggling away, is the spellbinding Laura Binding. Are you getting on with your challenge?
I'm going to get on with it now. I'm actually going to start doing something.
Probably a great idea.
Probably would be wise, wouldn't it, really?
Go ahead, why not? Or else we won't have much to show later on, will we? So we're going to be heading back over in probably about 45 moments to go and talk to the lovely Laura. I've got some standout star buys for you today, including the gemstone that is known for being very deceptive Take a little look at this for me. Got your huge scoop here. 350 carats you've got of the deceitful stone. You've got this coming up to you later. I'll tell you more about that later on as well. But this is coming up shortly. And I also have a strand of what I'm going to completely admit, I'd never seen this before, this gemstone. When I saw it earlier on, wow, what is this? This is your wonderful star buy that's coming up shortly, and it's ruby zoisite. I'm going to bring this in for you shortly as well. They'll be coming up really, really soon for you. Where do you want me to start, Producer Kirst? Let's start with some bright colours to add to your gemstone stash, shall we? Take a look at these. You've got pops of sky, you've got delicate hues of fuchsia, you've got gorgeous greens, a really lovely mix you're getting in this multicoloured puffy agate. Now, don't these have such a great glassy lustre? Absolutely stunning. Really, really simply, the way that the banding is formed in these agate is when in cavities in molten rock, as the molten rock begins to solidify, where all the bubbles, the air bubbles are, they're basically replaced by an alkali or a silica-based substance, and that's how you get all this wonderful zonality that we're so used to in stunning agates such as this. We have seen the puffy ovals before of this strand, however this is the marquise, which we have not seen on air before. You can see this wonderful marquise shape just narrowing off towards each of the ends. They're 14 by 10 mil. Let's take a look at the price. Just £6.95. Think about how long it takes for Mother Nature to create each of these and the wonderful zonality. It's a brand new strand. You've not seen this on air before. It's just £6.95 for you today. That's all you're paying for a brand new strand. Be the first to get this home and own it. £6.95 for you today. No problem. Let's go to pull this about a bit. Now, I've got some wonderful gem selections for you here. I've got the deceptive stone coming up, but I've got a wonderful one here for you. Let me show you all of these. I'm already seeing in here a wonderful mix. Now, these are your deluxe gemstones. This is the exceptional strands, really high-end strands that have basically been mixed together and put into this wonderful scoop. In a way, with the gem quality, we're very much talking about the quality you would expect to find within your matrix box. Look, I wonder, let me find a larger piece of labradorite that I can actually hold in my tweezers. You've got some stunning labradorite here. You see that shiller on the corner, this labradorescence on each of these. Seriously high quality. Let me show you another one here. Isn't that captivating? You've also got in here, by the looks of it, you've got some wonderful moonstone I can see. Hitting off the shiller again. I always think it's lovely to have moonstone and labradorite in a scoop together, because you've got the way that they're formed together in these parallel layers. It's the same for both gemstones, and I think that's wonderful. That's why you get such a mesmerizing shiller on them. This is of course your peach moonstone I'm holding here. You've got some wonderful, oh look at these real pops of cinnamon tones that you've got in here as well. The wonderful thing with a scoop is, obviously we can show you the types of gemstones you'll be getting in there, but you do get some wonderful little treats like this beautiful drop shape here. It seriously is a very high quality scoop, and this one's rather large. I'd guess that's around 15 mil. the quality that you're getting, the mixture that you'll get, the variety is something that I think will really set your pieces apart. And for me personally, if you're looking at creating the bangle that we saw earlier on with spellbinding over there, I would definitely think about interspersing some of these wonderful nuggets to give almost a really autumnal high Schiller tree effect, giving it a real magical look to your pieces. Let's take a look at the price on this. £8.95 is all you pay normally. £6.95. We're doing it here as a little bit of a deal today. Thank you very much for joining us. We had the wonderful wire work design, the Tree of Life cuff earlier on, and we want to give you the chance to do it with these gemstones, because we do know that the kit, they did fly out. We knew they would, and you know, we only had that small section of tourmaline, so we want to give you the opportunity to create the same look but with different gemstones, and that's what you can do with this scoop. £6.95, £2 saving on this deluxe gem scoop for you today. And it's always wonderful because you get so many in here, you do get plenty. And if you do have, say, the Chips and Nuggets DVD, and you want to start trying some of those techniques, then this scoop will be perfect. But there's also some that are absolutely perfect shapes too. I can never get them back in. They never ever. It's like Jenga. Whoever puts these in, honestly, you have some sort of, you're very patient. Patience of a saint, whoever put these in, because it's impossible. It's like a TARDIS tube. Well, that's as good as I can do, I'm afraid. But do take a look for me. And I've still got more to put in. And I can't put the lid on at all. So I'm going to precariously balance these, I'm afraid. More fool you, whoever pulls. Floor manager's going to be slightly upset with me. Sorry, he's not here at the moment. Okie dokie. The squares. Lovely strand of amethyst in these amethyst squares. Stunning shape, and they're drilled from corner to corner, giving this really diamond-like shape, almost a kite shape on these ones. 130 carats worth we're getting here. They are approximately 11 mil. 11 mil squares, and it is of course your amethyst, the stone of drunkenness, apparently. Well, sobriety in a way, isn't it?
I've heard that.
It said that you were meant to have them, you know, if you were feeling a little bit tipsy, let's just say, this is meant to be the gemstone for you, isn't it? Because obviously in ancient times they used to make goblets out of these, and some people would take water while some would have wine. But also there's the story of the Greek god of intoxication, and he cried tears of wine and turned a crystallized woman who was made of clear quartz into this purple amethyst quartz. It's 11 mil, 130 carats worth. Let's take a look at the price today. £10.45, sorry, is your price on this today. £10.45 is all you pay today. You've only seen this strand once, never seen as many deep, wonderful aubergine tones on a strand of this format ever before. I absolutely adore these corners to corner drill. Can I bother you for a moment? What would you think of doing with this lovely strand?
Oh, well, first of all, you've got to make a ring.
Yeah.
It's got to be made. Pair of earrings. I might make a nice wire wrap pendant around one of them, so you could do quite a small, delicate pendant around it. You don't have to go too full on with it, because it would be quite sweet. Make a nice little set. But you could keep it as a simple stretchy. You know, you don't have to get too complicated with it, because again, it's a beautiful stone. You know, and it's recognisable.
Yes.
You would look at that and straight away, everybody would go, that's amethyst.
Yes, definitely. It's £10.45 for you today, and that is all. Say to me again, my love. Scoop. I don't think that's the one. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to, sorry, I'm gonna have to just shimmy into my drawer. Very professional, isn't it? Okay. Oh, wow. What else has this got in it? Because they look like the other very special gemstone to me. Take a look at this stunning deluxe tube. I'm going to give you a rundown of what I can see within here, because we've just had a look online on what you can see at home, and it only lists emerald. There is emerald in here, but there is also, this is lapis lazuli. Take a look at this lapis for me. Really large pieces. Estimation, I would guess this piece is approximately 10 mil across. It is an oval, so possibly 8 by 10 mil would be my estimation, so really large size. I've got to also show you, you've got some, oof, it's like almost citrine lemon quartz here. Take a look at this faceted rondelle for me. It's absolutely stunning. Again, possibly in diameter, I'd be saying around 10 mil. That is so seductively sparkly. Wow. As well as that, you're going to be getting, what's this that I'm looking at here? Ooh, amethyst. Stunning amethyst. A lot of these are, in fact they all are, now I'm looking at them, they're all faceted in the same way that I can see, top and bottom flattened, almost this rondelle effect, with this lovely faceting, just highlighting each of the outsides. And of course, everyone's favourite, of which in my scoop I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 pieces on first glance of the one, the only emerald. Genuine emerald. And this one, this size in particular, is a large one. I'd be looking at 10 mil. You're getting plenty in here. What's this one as well? Ooh. Oh, it's moonstone. Take a look at some of these stunning moonstone for me. Can you get the shiller? I wonder. Not quite as strong as I am at home in the studio. Oh, you can a little bit on the corner there. Look. You've got, isn't that cute? That's really chunky. Again, I'd be saying about 9 mil on this one. So you've got in here, by the looks of things, you've got plenty of clear quartz. You've got an absolute wealth of, what's it saying? You've got a wealth of your lapis. You've got around 8 pieces in my scoop of your emerald. You've also got these ruby-like tones running through here. I don't want to definitely say for sure that it is ruby, but to me, if it's not, it's a very good look-alike. This is ruby red in colour. You just can't really see that well under this light, I presume. Could be a garnet, but it's completely opaque. So anyway, sorry, I've just remembered that I'm want to give you the chance to own this at home. I'm just getting mesmerised with this. I completely forgot then. I would have been there for ages looking at these. Take a look at all these wonderful gemstones you're getting in here. You've got 250 carats, £15 and 95 pence. Please remember, you're getting emerald in there. But it's a cheeky few pounds off for you today. I want you to own this at home and fall in love as much as I have. It's just £11 and 95 pence for you today. That is all you're going to be paying. Oh my goodness. Some of these got truly stunning mixture of tones in here. It's really very, very special. I'm going to leave that with you. There is people on the phones for this, not even slightly surprised. You're getting your hands on emerald as well as lapis. Wonderful, genuinely some of the best quality moonstone I have ever seen. Amethyst, it's your deluxe scoop. Whilst you're all on the phone lines, let's head over to a star buy, shall we? I showed you this earlier on, and I said that it was a gemstone that I hadn't seen before, I have to admit, and now that I have, I'm really happy because I think it's a truly stunning gemstone. This is your ruby zoisite. It's not often we see this on. You'll see this flash of red here? This is a colouring, of course, completely created by Mother Nature. The banding itself, you've got the green, which is the zoisite itself, and then this is your ruby. Genuine ruby within each of these. It's the opaque ruby, and that's what's lending this beautiful, delicate pink hue within here. You've got your 10 by 8 mil, there's 120 carats worth. Now this was actually found in Tanzania in, I think it was 1954, rings a bell. 1954 these were found in Tanzania. So really a relatively new gemstone to be found, isn't it? 1954, it's the first time we ever found deposits of this gemstone. I think it's absolutely stunning. You've got some wonderful tones in here and plenty of ruby to feast your eyes on. If I show you the whole length, you'll be able to see all the stunning mixture tones that you're going to be getting in here. What do you think of this strand, Laura B?
I love ruby zoisite. I think it's beautiful. So I think the green and the pink in it, it's just really lovely. It's just really earthy, and it will still go with a lot of gemstones, and having that extra colour in there will just help pick up the other colours. Yeah. It will enable you to add that different colourway to your sort of designs.
It's a really beautiful gemstone, and it actually in itself, it's kind of, I don't know how to put this in an elegant way. It's up there with the big dogs.
Yeah,
is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, it is, and I think it's quite. I think that it's quite underrated stone.
Yes.
Because people don't really see a lot of it. So I think when you see it, it is really, really beautiful.
It is beautiful, and also, of course, it's got the ruby within it, but it's also the same family as tanzanite. So it truly is a gemstone that, I think, as you said, it's a bit of an underdog. It's something that once you get it home, do your little bit of research on it, because genuinely, I think it's got such an interesting family base with tanzanite. It's only been found recently in 1954. It's got ruby opaque within each of the stones. It's truly stunning. Let's take a look at the price. Let's take a look at the price today. £9.95. However, because I didn't know what it was, I asked very, very nicely if maybe people at home could have an extra chance to purchase it. Just £6.95 for you today, a little treat for you. We want to give you a chance to get this unique gemstone with your last few pennies before you get paid again. Have a think of the amount you could do with here. If you got that scoop previously with the emerald, wouldn't that go stunningly with this? Working with emerald and ruby and zoisite in one piece. Wow. It's £6.95 today. It's an absolutely beautiful strand. Give it a go at home. Get your hands on this wonderful star by piece. Just £6.95 today. Leave that there, it's pretty. Yep. Just having a little think. Okie doke. I'm gonna have to do the drawer shuffle again, sorry. Ooh! I've got another scoop for you here, and it's a really beautiful one. If you enjoyed that clear quartz that we had earlier on, you're going to fall in love with this scoop. Take a look at all these goodies for me. Wow. Oh, there's more. They just keep coming out. There's loads of them. So in here, you're going to be looking at your clear coloured quartz. This is really large, 15mm by 15mm, I would suggest. Look at the faceting on this piece. That is spectacular. That, for me, as a ring, I do like a nice chunky, got to admit. You've also got in here, oh my goodness, got to admit it's a bit dangerous giving me a scoop because I do just get completely captivated. Take a look at the faceting on this wonderful quartz. Look at that, checker. Then it runs to your diamonds, and then you can see flashing through the rectangles. Rectangle, diamond, checker. It's almost this double helix spiral around that you're getting each of them. And of course you're getting the absolutely stunning black spinel, and on first looks to me, all of your black spinel, well, let's say 92% of your black spinel is all faceted in this manner. So you see the faceting around the outside and the flattened base that's faceted around there. That's great because you've got the rondelle shape, but you've got plenty of them, so you can add the look to your pieces. Let's take a look at your price today. Oh, and there's another one. Okay, stop. £17.95 for you today is your web price. Not right now. You've got to get in quick for this though. Got to get in quick because I don't have as many as you would like me to. At £12.95, they are going to fly out. So strongly suggest check out your basket right now. Do get on the phone lines for these because I have got limited stock on this. All of your stunning, glittering, bewitching black spinel and these wonderful darts and drops of perfect, absolutely stunning clear quartz. It's, I would say for me, I would work with them together. And I would also say it gives your pieces a bit of a twist from your usual monochrome, because as opposed to the white, of course, you'll be working with the clear. I think it's a really fun and modern way to do monochrome with this jet black and clear. It's really interesting. It's just £12.95 for you today. I adore bronzite. Take a look at this for me. So special. This is your submetallic gemstone. If you're watching this online, or if you're going to go online later, have a little look, type this code in OMG P07. And you'll see that Sue's got some designs photographed with this exact strand. She's done these stunning butterflies with it. It's really special. Take a little look at that for me. It's from the Hypanthe family, and its name means overstrength, doesn't it? Hyper strength in a way, over strength, and I can understand why, because you've got this submetallic glow which is just really catching the eye in each individual one. And you can, it's very strong. Of course, it's bronzite, so the name itself depicts strength, doesn't it? But this submetallic luster that you're getting internally is so special. It's 10 by 10 mil of this stunning gemstone. Let's take a look at the price on this strand. £9.95 is your web price. £7.95. You are getting such a glow, such a glitter. When you look at each of these, you can see the bronze just sharpening through, this submetallic glow just bursting from each one. It is something really special that you need to get home to appreciate and enjoy for yourselves. Almost looks like little flecks of gold leaf trapped in by Mother Nature. It's £7.95. Take a look at this for me. It's so stunning. It's 170 carats worth today of these puffy triangles, just £7.95. Get your hands on it now. You will appreciate this so much when you get it home. Okay. Delve in. I've got another scoop selection for you here. Ooh, I can see some rose quartz. Have I got apatite in here possibly? Clear quartz. Ooh, got some beautiful banding running through some of these. Ooh, got some smoky quartz as well. Take a little look at these for me. Isn't that such a mix of colour? Take a look. There's plenty in here. Just to give you an idea of how much you've got in the scoop. One's rolling away. If you have a look in the scoop, if I find a couple, these aren't the smallest ones by any stretch of the imagination, but if I just find a few for you, you'll be able to see how many you're actually going to be getting. If you take a look, that there is 5. And then look at exactly how much this little section here is 5, and you're getting all of these. And isn't it amazing actually that I can find 5 that are the same size, but there's so many more in here because it's nice in a scoop that you don't know exactly what you're going to get. But a lot of the time, so on this one, you will be getting plenty that are also the same. So you know that I found these wonderful 5, but I've also got, got some little extra shapes in there too. Let's take a look at your price. £7.95. You're getting all of these goodies in here. Beautiful colours for your tree of life in here. Yeah. Especially, look at my look at that citrus. That's limey, isn't it? Stunning colours. £7.95. And look at this clear quartz. Honestly, it is dangerous giving me a scoop. I'm going to have to pack this up or else I'll be too mesmerised. £7.95 for this scoop today. How's your challenge going, Laura B?
It's going.
It's going.
It's going.
You've not got long, Laura, binding.
I know, I haven't. Don't put pressure on me.
No pressure. No, you find you've got about 20 minutes.
Have I?
Well, yeah. About 20 minutes. Director Tom says he'll give you 18 minutes.
Oh, that's good of him. Thank you.
Is that nice of him?
I took 17, so that's a bonus.
All right, okay. I can't get all of these in. Okie doke. Ooh, you're going to really like this one. Look at how wonderfully large these are. This is your Amazonite, sorry. It's absolutely wonderful. Centre drilled. They are swirly pairs. You can see the swirl because when it captures the light. Isn't that beautiful? I've not seen this cut of Amazonite. 210 carats worth on here we're looking at. And these are 16 by 12 mil. Amazonite is a very strong colouring. It's said to bring confidence to women. It's relaxing and tranquil as well with it. It's something that the body has been proven, it's been clinically proven that the body does have, is affected by colours, and it is affected by the colour blue. It relaxes the body, relaxes the mind, and that's why in a lot of gyms you'll see blue rooms, because it's said that it's able to make your body work out for longer because the blue is so calming to the body. The muscles themselves don't seize up as quickly. Your lactose acid isn't affecting your muscles as quickly as it usually would be. So it's a really calming and tranquil colour. Let's give you a calming and tranquil price. £8.95. Let me just count them up. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 of these stunning Amazonite gemstones. 210 carats in total. It's just £8.95 for an entire strand DNGP. 69 today. £8.95 for you. To whip those away because we've not got that many of them left now. We've had a lovely selection of quartz on today, the clear quartz, but it's time to bring you something a little bit sweet and charming. This is a strand of your rose quartz, plain round 8mm. You've got 170 carats worth in here. Now, Theo Fennell, who is a jewellery designer, is very well known for his bee creations. He's quite whimsical sometimes in a lot of his jewellery creations. If you want to have a little look for him online, it's spelled F-E-N-E-L-L-E, I think. And Theo himself is a British designer, and he works a lot with rose quartz. In fact, at the moment, he has a range of whisper rings, they're called, and he's working with silver with these rose quartz tones, and that's his spring summer 2014 collection. He'll be working with that, so it's a really fashion forward strand. It's 170 carats worth. Let's take a look at your lovely price today. £9.95 is your web price, but let's be a little bit cheeky. £7.95, £2 you're saving there today. It's our most popular size of gemstone 8mm. It's so useful. It's such an easy size to work with, and because it's a round as well. If you are starting out jewellery making, it's so easy, but if you've been jewellery making for years, it's so versatile. The amount you can do with an 8mm round is exceptional, and it's just £7.95 for you today. I'm going to stick with the baby tones now, and I'm going to take you over to my deceptive gemstone for our star buy. Now, it is believed that with this gemstone, as it is with many, not all, but with many gemstones, it's believed that the higher the saturation of colour, the higher the quality. And it's known for this gemstone, definitely. The higher the saturation of colour, the higher the quality, the more luxurious this gemstone becomes. This is the highest saturation I've ever seen of this gemstone, which means that it's one of the highest qualities I have ever seen also. Take a look at this stunning deluxe selection of sky blue apatite. Isn't that colour captivating? It's like real sky blue. Isn't that a huge amount? Again, if I pick out just a few for you, if I pick out just 3, because I can see 3 that are the same size, this here is 3. And look, if I single layer these out for you, let me single layer. There's that many that we couldn't actually count the gemstones themselves. We've had to just do it on carat weight. These are, I'm going to single level this out, and I just want you to see how many you're getting. That is so special, isn't it? These are your original 3 here, and this is how many you're getting. That is mind-blowing. 350 carats worth you're going to be getting of this genuinely stunning gemstone. It's known as the deceptive gemstone, reason being that in the past it was very, very often confused with the likes of your Andalusite, your topaz and your beryl, and it's totally understandable why that would happen when you look at the stunning gemstone itself. If I show you this at the back of my hand, possibly on the white, you'll be able to see slightly better. The wonderful blue colour, it's eye-catching, it's so mind-boggling. So I've already said that it's in the past, and it has been in the past a lot of times, and even it's been set into pieces of jewellery in the past that have been sold off to very high up people, princesses and princes. It's been sold off as things like Andalusite, topaz and your beryl family, and it's not until relatively recent times when tests have been redone on it that it's actually said, well, no, it is actually apatite that you have in there. That's why it's known as the deceptive stone. So you've got something that is easily confused with your genuinely high-end gemstones. It's also, I've said, one of the best saturations in apatite I've ever seen. And when it comes to apatite, it is recognised that the higher the saturation, the more luxurious, the higher the quality. The amount you're getting is another thing that makes this an exceptional scoop. 350 carats worth of this. So all in all, it's been confused with topaz, it's been confused with Andalusite, beryl. It has a wonderful, genuinely eye-catching saturation, which therefore makes it more luxurious, and you're getting 350 carats. All of those things say luxury. Let's take a look at your price. £15.95. Where can you get 350 carats of pretty much anything for £15.95? This is one of the highest quality of apatites ever seen on JewelleryMaker. I really am completely in love with this scoop, and you're going to be getting 350 carats worth of the truest sky blue luxurious apatite in your deluxe gem selection, all just £15.95 today. You are getting so much, it is completely mind-boggling. Look at the stunning colour there. That is sky blue, isn't it? It's absolutely mesmerising. It really is. That blue colour itself is just so relaxing, so calming. And think, it's been confused with topaz and Andalusite, and you get to own it today for just £15.95 for a massive scoop. If you want to, if you've treated yourself to that and perhaps you want to add a bit of warmth to your designs, why don't you go for this whilst you're on the phone? It's a wonderful cinnamon poppy tones going throughout this. We've got the wonderful triangle-like shapes, but they're slightly more rounded at each side, meaning that they're centre-drilled drops for you of this red agate today. Take a look at these 10x8mm pairs. 90 carats worth we're going to be getting in here today. And if you think, of course, agate itself is formed within lava, with the alkali or the silicon-based substance seeps into solidified lava, and you're getting that lava-like feeling with this strand, aren't you? You can almost feel the heat, the passion of this wonderful gemstone. Let's take a look at the price today. £6.95, and look at the length of this strand. You've got banding, but you've also got a really lovely mixtures of tones from your burnt umber through to your cinnamon tones. And you've got the lovely honey, whiskey-like tones in here too. It's just £6.95 for you today. Add this to your basket now so that you can create some warming pieces. The idea for me of this to go with antiques bronze is something not to be missed.
Enhance the colour, just be beautiful.
Definitely enhance the tones in that. It's just £6.95 today, this wonderful strand for you. It's stunning, isn't it? Right, I will leave that with you at £6.95 in. Now, I've had a lot of questions in sort of regarding what the lovely binding was making earlier on, and I just want to let you know I don't have any 0.4 silver wire in. We don't have any. We don't know when it will be next in. We've just run out. There was a huge influx. We just ran out. However, I do have 0.6, so it is literally 0.2 mil thicker. I've got your 0.6 here today, 100 meters worth of your silver coloured wire. Would you, be honest, be able to use this within your pendant design?
You can use it to weave, but it's a lot harder. I have done a bracelet before where I've woven with the 0.8 and 0.6 and 1 mil wire. So you can do it. Just take your time, go nice and slow, and it will be a bit more controlled. You have to be a lot more controlled because you have to really make sure that wire sits next to each other. But it is doable, definitely is doable. It's nice and soft wire anyway. So and as we've already said, it's already got its uses in itself, the 0.6 wire.
Yeah, it has, absolutely. So I've not got any of your 0.4 in stock in the warehouse anywhere around here at the moment. So get your hands on this, top up your stash. It's silver, 100ml 0.6. Price today should be £19.95. Should be your price. But we've had our wire work special, so we're going to offer it a little bit of an extra cheeky discount. The price today is just £14.95, and you're getting all of these stunning goodies. 100 meters worth you're getting in here, and that is everything. £100 meters worth we're getting in here. Absolutely. I've got another board here if you want to do another tube. Just going to squeeze in one more before we head on over. Oh, what about? Go on. I don't know. What would you like to do? Don't know. Go on. Let's do a scoop. What's this one? Oh no. Oh, I've done this one though. I do like that. Yeah, I'm all over that. Oh yeah. Oh, this is spring in a tube. Look at these really springy tones. You've got the grassy greens. You've got the stalks of your flowers. You've got bursts of sunshine tones and pops of pink. This is your deluxe gem selection, pastel shade gemstones. You've got some stunning example. You see the schiller on here, in the corner? Look there, you've got it there. That is a stunning piece of moonstone, but there's plenty in here. Kaz, your camera work is just second to none, my friend. You're getting loads of wonderful moonstone. Look at this. It's like in spring when it's a bit cloudy and you get a little bit of blue sky coming through, and all of a sudden you're like wrestling on your flip-flops, aren't you? Even though it's still a little bit cold, because there's a little bit of sunshine. You're running out trying to get your shorts and stuff on, aren't you? It's that kind of colour. You've also got a stunning rose quartz in here. It's a beautiful pastel. It's pretty. Do you know what? If you've got to the point now where you're a bit fed up of winter, of course, we've got quite a bit left to go. However, you have got, if you want to add a little pop of colour, if you want to add a little bit of brightness to your life, you can do it with these perfect pastel tones. Let's take a look at your price today. 380 carat, £9.95. That is exceptional. Look at the size of this one. This one I would say is about 15 mil for flattening over. Oh, well, I've just messed that up, didn't I? Look, and you've got some apatite in here by the looks of. And you've got fluorite, definitely got plenty of fluorite. Honestly, this moonstone is exceptional. It's a completely other piece of your moonstone. This is spring in a tube. Honestly, it's getting to that time of year. You're getting bored of winter now. It's cold, it's dark. Add some sunshine for just £9.95. Great opportunity to challenge yourself. Give yourself a challenge. Start with your pops of colour. It's just £9.95 for you today. Right, I'm coming over to you now, Laura B. How's your challenge been going?
It's good, it's good. I'm practically, well, you know, I've done some stuff.
Yeah, I'm practically doing some things.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, let's
come on over, just come on over, it's fine.
I'm loving those earrings already. These are, wow.
Yeah, so.
This is where you use your mandrel, is it?
Yes, I didn't hammer it just because I didn't have time to not be noisy. But you could hammer those. Let me just hide, right, okay.
The graphics are on screen now are for that wonderful deluxe gemstone. Genuinely, I said straight away, the clarity of
beautiful.
them.
Absolutely stunning.
Honestly, exceptional.
Really beautiful.
They are totally clear. If you're thinking that slide you just saw then was on a white background, you can still see the white through. It's so clear, each of these. £8.95. That's all you're paying. And in there was rose quartz, green amethyst. I can see that lemon quartz there. You've got your normal amethyst you have as well in there. Clear quartz as well.
Rose quartz, we're thinking. Okay, so just worked on a pendant.
That's so nice.
So
this is a bit springy.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Like little eggs in a nest.
So you would have a like that. And then just have
that is beautiful.
Like that. So I will do that properly, but it will just sit like that.
Is this for me?
Yeah. It's not for you.
Oh.
Well, you can have it, just let it be photoed. That was made out of that little bit that I carved.
That's tourmaline, yeah, it's beautiful.
So this is just what I've just made, and it just sit on a sort of choker style neck like this.
Wonderful.
Just to show the contrasting colours, and it's just been held on the back like that.
That's so great.
I've done,
and I love how you mix the colours there.
Yeah, well that's what I said, the colours do really work together. And then there's a pendant there that was going to be a pair of earrings, but I kind of got distracted.
The pendant is so stunning.
So again, that's just using a selection of them, and again showing the different colours of wires, and you can see how it enhances the weaves.
You can see this faceting is just, oh my goodness. The way you've nestled them in here, it's just highlighting it. It's so beautiful.
Just to keep them clear, so you've still got that lovely wire work pendant, but you've the stones. That was a ring I just happened to make.
Yeah, we saw you.
Yeah.
It took you minutes, didn't it?
Yeah. And that was allowing for me to find one that would go through the wire as well.
Yeah, it really did take minutes.
That went through the 0.8 wire. I mean, it's not the neatest because it was done in a bit of a rush, but
it's lovely.
The only thing I've added is earring hooks. I made my own jump rings, you know, so I did it all. It's not tons, but I only had about an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, we had that the time that normally we'd let you play with, it was question time with Laura, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I absolutely adore, you did the ring mandrel for these earrings,
yeah,
I
just did that as with the mandrel. I would have hammered it if it had been a quiet time. And like I said, that was going to be a pair of earrings. If you see there, that was actually the frame of what it was going to be.
Oh, I can see.
And then the little stone would have fitted inside it like that.
I see.
That's actually how it started
off. Let's see if we can pick this up on camera. It's a really clever idea.
So it would have been held on through that. And then I thought, what to do with the ends? And I thought, I'll bring them up here. And I was going to make a pair of earrings, and then I just thought, I'm just going to go for a pendant.
Just go for a pendant, and you have gone for it. I think it's absolutely stunning. It's really, really wonderful. I'm in love. I'm in love with it. You were saying about question for Laura Binding a second ago. We've got one more that we can squeeze in. Thank you for sending all your messages in today for your Q&A. It's been great. Sorry to bombard you with all these messages. Kinks in 0.4 mil, having a big problem with it. How can I avoid this happening? Hi again, Gloria. Don't worry, messages are great and really useful as well.
Yeah,
really useful.
What other people are asking anyway.
Definitely.
So basically, when you're working with 0.4 wire, you can't really, I mean, this is just twisted, so I'm just untwisting that. When you're working with it, the only thing you can do is be really slow. So if you are, just take that time. If you're going to be pulling it through, take that time to feed it through with your hand, run your finger across it. If you get a kink like this, so I don't know if you can get that on the camera.
Can you pop it down a little bit? You'll be able to see it better. If you get a kink like this.
So that happens. And then what will happen is sometimes you don't realise, and you'll pull it like this and it'll look like a knot.
Yeah.
It'll look like it's just kinked up wire.
Yeah.
And so what a lot of people tend to do is try to straighten this out.
Yeah.
And that won't work, because that's when you end up snapping your wire, because you know you're trying to, it's looped.
Yes, I see.
And it won't come out. Okay, if that happens and you can catch it even at that stage, you can, even if it's pulled right down low.
Yeah.
Just unfold it. Gently run your fingers across it,
but then run your fingers
be as
over.
gentle as you can, because that will inevitably snap, because you're going to, at least the more times you do it, and if you keep doing it, then it's going to get fragile and snap.
I see.
But all it is a matter of, if you're wrapping a piece of wire like this, just holding it nice, and I'm holding it, keep it close to the reel if you can.
Okay.
So if you've got it on the reel, just keep this reel sort of quite, so you've got that sort of tension there.
I see.
And just, if you see that, there's not a lot of place for that wire to actually
travel to
actually be able to kink.
No.
So it is, and if you're thinking of something like Viking knit, it is just a matter of feeding through with your hands. It's inevitable, it will kink, because it is such a fine wire.
Yes.
It's just taking that time.
Don't be too rough with it. Take your time and just double, triple check.
Yeah, and what you'll find, if you are doing anything like Viking knit or anything like that, what will happen, if you do not catch it and it goes through, it will get caught on your knit.
Right, yes,
between
I
the
see.
lazy daisy and the actual weave. It'll get caught and it can snag.
I see.
So it's best to try to really straighten out as smooth as you can and catch anything like that before it happens.
Wonderful. I completely
hope that helps.
Yeah, I think well, I understand. I completely get that. It's just about taking your time.
Yeah.
Being patient.
Yeah, and keeping that tension quite tight. So even if you've got it like this and you're working from it, work from it with it quite a short distance, because you can easily just pull it as you're going.
I see. And then that's keeping.
Yeah.
You don't have to do as much work then,
No.
do you? That's absolutely wonderful. Can I just quickly ask, how did you do the back of this?
How did I do the back?
Yeah.
Yep, 2
Is
seconds.
this when I saw you?
Yeah, I made a little wire ball, which is really
Did your little
good
scrunchy ball.
when your wire gets itself in a good old tangle.
So if you
So
do
don't
have any
waste
0.4 that gets tangled, this is something you can do with it.
0.4 and 0.25 are really good for it. 0.4 is quite sturdy.
Yeah.
So all I've done is I had a little wire nest. I spread it out a little bit. I got the silver wire and formed a couple of loops, and then just almost sewed it around.
Yeah.
And then just formed the ends into the back of it and brought them to the front. So if you can see,
Yeah.
the wires come down and across.
I can see.
And if I turn it round, you can see it's then come through, and then I pulled it through the front and just wrapped around stones, put it back through, and threaded it through and wrapped around. And
I
then
see.
at a natural point, I just cut the ends to a couple of inches and just coiled.
That's so clever.
And then it creates that nice sort of disc effect, and you can sort of mould it with your hand. And then if you have it like that, you've got like a nice sort of choker.
That's so wonderful. The one that's on at the moment is the wire that we've used to create this piece. It's 1 mil silver, and it's normally £27.95. We knocked a few extra goodie pounds off there. It's just £21.95. That is a massive saving, because it should have been 27, always is. And now it's £21.95. That's all you pay. Spell binding, Laura Binding. thank you so much today. Thank you so much. I can't wait to get home because I'm going to...
You're going to do the bracelet?
Yeah, I'm going to whip up that cuff. I'm going to take the
half
half-done one then, and then I'm also going to do my own one in silver, I think.
I want to see your own.
Yes, I will bring it in for you. I will bring it in for you. When are you next with us?
I'm with you. I've got a workshop on Saturday next week.
Oh, which one?
Intermediate wire work, and I do that at the moment. If you're booking, there's an offer of 20% off and a free gift in the shop if you buy something, as Wendy told me. And then I'm back on air next Monday, so not this Monday, the Monday after, the 13th.
Oh, fab.
Is it the 13th?
I think so, possibly.
Yes. So
wonderful. Unlucky for some, but not for you, I'm sure. I am joining you again on Tuesday, I think. Yes, am I? Yes, I am. And that is with Sarah Green. The wonderful Sarah Green will be joining us for that. And I've had a little hint at what she's getting in her kit, and she's got something very, very special for you. Just last chance to reiterate to you that we are in low stock on this wire right now at £21.95. It should be £27.95, but you're getting it discounted because we had our wire work special. So thank you for taking part with us today. You're getting 100 metres. It's a little thank you to you for all of your questions. It's just £21.95 for 100 metres of your 1 mil wire today. Thank you once again so much, Spellbinding. You've done a cracking job today. We can't wait to see you again. I will see you on Tuesday 1 till 5. We've got Miss It Miss Out show now for some last minute deals. Until I see you very soon, enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll speak to you soon. Bye.